misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat Earth in its place. Here comes the smackdown.
Welcome, everybody, to MC Toon Live. I'm your host, MC Toon, and tonight is a farewell debate to Flat Earthers, because they're done, and a farewell debate to TikTok, and farewell to all of the TikTok Flat Earthers. May their toxicity go down the toilet in opposite directions in the northern and southern hemispheres. Of course, due to the angle of the jets, not actually to Coriolis, it's not large enough. Anyway, everybody, thank you for coming. Thank you for joining. It starts in just under 15 minutes on TikTok on a channel by a guy who goes by Dip. So if you're familiar with TikTok, the toxic TikTokers, the Venn diagram of toxic TikTokers and the Venn diagram of Flat Earthers are completely inside of the larger toxic TikTokers Venn diagram. So anyway, and yes, so what I'm doing is, for reference, I'm going to be on my phone and I will mute this mic right here that you can just, it's just right off screen here. I'll mute this mic. I'll just have the phone mic going, and you can then you will see just the TikTok screen that's happening, which is on a different, I logged into my ugly identical cousin's account. So that's where I am. So anyway, I need to let's see. I'm gonna get that up on the screen here in a second. Let me do that. So anyway, I was doing a sound check to make sure that everything worked well, and as I'm like, well, I'll just jump on somebody's live that has nobody in it, just say hi, make sure all the audio works. And it was a Flat Earther, and they all want, then they wanted to start asking me questions. So Peachy Tony, yes, you're right. Why is that? I don't know. It is a sickness. But Flat Earth is a sickness. So all right, that goes down here. This goes up here. There you go. Now I need to get the right TikTok one. There we go. And let's see. Let's get this off of here. All right. So yeah. All right. I gotta warn you. So here's what it looks like. Careful. I warned you. Right? You've been warned. If I say TikTok flurf, you know that's probably what you're going to see, right? So anyway, that's Globy McGlobeface covering oh, hello, the Drunk Debunk Show raid. Thank you for joining. All right, I'll spare you. So all right. So somebody let's see, somebody timed out fake Israelite fro Kentucky. And I didn't see what was really the thing that should have been bad. So, right, don't time them out unless they go there, right? If they're going to be a horrible person, then we document it here for, so people later can come by and say, oh my gosh, Flat Earthers are horrible people. Look at that, right? So let them be horrible people. That's just fine. And if they can't answer questions, obviously they can't answer questions. Flat Earth can't answer any questions about Flat Earth. None at all. So this will be my first. I have never seen TikTok. Well, you are lucky. And in just a few short days, apparently TikTok will be no more in the United States. So, and nobody will be sad. What is this? All right. The Drunk Debunk Show and their viewers just joined. Say hello. Oh, that's what that is up at the top. well, you can't see it on the screen. You can see it a little bit there. There it is. Hello, everybody from the Drunk Debunk Show. Glad to have you here. He's been doing great. Got some good stuff over there. So, that's why they never discuss flat Earth, says me. Only try to tear apart the globe. Exactly. But the problem is that if you want to establish your claim of flat, right, then you have the burden of proof to show that. So if you talk about the globe when you're trying to establish flat, well, you've already conceded. And so pay attention. They will concede over and over and over and over. They will never talk about flat Earth. They will never present evidence for flat Earth. They will never present measurements of flatness. They'll try to claim that the Earth doesn't rotate. They won't give measurements of any of those things. They won't, right? All that they will do is they will follow the standard flat Earth process. Here it is. Their argument is the globe predicts, and then they say something that the globe does not predict. This thing doesn't match the thing that the globe does not predict, which doesn't matter, right? Therefore flat. So it's a straw man and a false dichotomy all wrapped into one. So the problem with flat earthers is that, with very few exceptions, they all suck at physics. They suck at science. They don't know how to do science. They don't know how to do physics. They can't do any application of anything. They're like, oh, it's an optical effect. It's perspective. Okay, well, let's run through how you apply perspective. Well, what? You expect me to actually back up my claim about how perspective works? 100%, I do expect that. You're the one that made the claim of its perspective. You should be able to do that. So if you can't, then I will just say bye-bye to your claim. So, FE stands for Danger Man 5, says it should be called Flat Earth Entertainment. FE stands for either free education, which is what I'm trying to give to them, or free entertainment, which is to us. So, pick how you want it to be either way. So the challenge with TikTok is that you can't share your screen really very easily. Like if you have TikTok Studio, which I don't have, then you can. But so what people wind up doing is they wind up pointing their phone at their computer screen. So you may see me pointing my phone at the computer screen. So that might be how I share things. So there you go. That's how it might be. So, all right, we've got Addicted to Gaming says that I'm going to miss Jaren's live stream tomorrow because I have to work when it starts. At least I'll get to see this one. Give 'em hell, Tune. Hell will be given. It's on deck. Icy Spin says, name your stream just the Tip Talk. Itorius says, happy Tick-Tunes Day. Very good. I like that. These plays on words are nice. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, the Drunk Debunk Show sent me pee poo poo. Very, very good. I appreciate the pee poo poo. Steve6464 says, if flat Earth is a sickness, then TFE is the vaccine. It is the vaccination to prevent new flatties, because what is it when they're trying to proselytize their religion of flat Earth? They're like, well, the sun does circles. How does seasons work? The sun does circles around the middle, and it goes to Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. Oh, really? Well, what about Antarctica? What if somebody's in Antarctica? What would happen to the sun? Well, nobody's ever been there. Of course, people have been there, but they lie about it. There's no videos of it. Well, there's videos, but they're all faked. They're all faked videos, and they're not good. And this. So we brought flat earthers there, and it was international news. And so you can't say, well, nobody's been there, because everybody's heard. Did you hear about that flat earther that went to Antarctica and saw the circling sun? So now it doesn't work. Sun can't do this and this at the same time. So it ends their proselytizing of their religion. So there it is. Now the people that are in it, well, they're stuck. There are a few of them are going to get out. So it is the vaccine. It is vaccination of this. Anyway, Melodic Lyrics is pointing the phone at the screen. Barbaric. Happy Thursday. Well, I'm warning you. So Jack Fetter says, not to go off topic, but anyone watching IFT7 earlier and curious about Starship, search IFT7 breaking up over Turks and Caicos. And I did get somebody posted in here the link to it. So watch it later. There you go. Chris Vanderwarp says that model is just a cartoon though. I'm so confused. Is this what they used this whole time? Yes, it is. That's the only thing they've ever had since the mid 1800s when Samuel Rowbottom wrote his first book, 1846, I think. He had a little diagram of the pizza with the North Pole in the middle. That's what he had. That's what he claimed it was. And so for that many years, that's been what it is. And they've not done anything since then because most people are in the north, north of the equator, and so you don't. The problems are there. They're just not as magnified. In the south, they get big, quick. So, Jay Donashi says top left is going to go to the vape sucking luggage that went to Antarctica to redeem the sacrifice for Will Duffy's money. Top left. To go top left, yeah. Geez, you're voting top left for Witsit. I get nice, a worthy contender. But one of the things that we kind of determined was that Witsit is such an automatic shoe-in for top left that it's almost unfair to even let him compete because he's an automatic. Last year we didn't even put him up. We're just like, it's too easy. I don't know. Addicted to Gaming says the AE map will work. All they have to do is inflate it. And it won't be flat anymore. Well, there you go. That's a good idea. Okay, so I need to get to, how do I need to find the channel and it's F***K ING BUY the dip. There it is. That's the guy. I think that's his channel. So he's got two channels. One's got 4.0 on it and one doesn't. So all right. Looks like he's live. All right, so, okay, hold on.
I gotta say, Chris is one of my favorite flat smacking. I gotta be honest, especially when it comes to the triangles and all that BS that they always try to come up with.
The triangles. Mm-hmm. So this is where I'll be in a little bit.
Well, since he's not here, I'm gonna call a safety meeting real quick.
Okay. Go ahead. Flat Earth Science versus Globe is what they've called. Oh, that's precious. Flat Earth Science. So funny. Anyway, so you hear? That is that's where we'll be. So what I'll do is I'll be on my phone. Actually, I need to get on my phone.
Jones was trying to get in with Flat Earth Dave.
And then
I'll try to make sure if I could schedule that up.
Yeah, Flat Earth Dave was chicken. He's got no balls. Okay, so that's not the right one.
Story?
I got to get the correct one.
Put me in the big bugs, just real quick. It's funny to me anyway. So that's where I used to live, right, in Washington State. And I used to have this little thing that my cat used to sit in the yard out there. And it started like because it rains a lot, so I threw it away. But then the cat would just go sit in the little box.
You're hearing 2 copies of it. So that won't happen in a second.
Come on up, bud.
She would just go out there and sit in that box. She was thinking, where's my box?
Let's see.
Poor cat.
Requested to join.
Poor cat. What's up, Nicktoons? How you doing, bud? Yes, sir.
All right. I just I want to make sure everybody can hear me. I'm live streaming on YouTube at the same time.
No worries.
Okay.
Scripting ain't easy, I heard.
I think they can all hear me fine. So, all right. I think they can all hear me fine. So, all right.
Shout out to Dave McKeegan in the YouTube.
Are you turning your camera on?
Yeah.
There you go. Some audience were saying, hey, can we see his face expressions? I said, sure, we'll ask him. Why not?
All right.
All right. So most likely you're going to go against Chris Flat Smacking, the guy with the avatar right here.
Darth Paper, very nice.
Yep.
So, all right. So for my audience, this is to discuss the experiments we did in on the trip to Antarctica, and you said it was a casual Q&A kind of thing. So just that to set the expectations.
Yes, sir. And Chris, please, let's be cordial. And there is no R word used, please. You can say rhetorical, but you cannot use the hard R word. It's not available for TikTok. That's okay.
All right.
Go ahead, Chris. And we're just going to be basically, again, cordial conversation. We're going to be going with Q&A. And if I could start that with one question that I have for you that I've been trying to ask you. And then we could go with Chris after that. How high were you flying when you went down there?
The plane was right about 40,000 feet most of the flight.
Okay, you flew to the south and it was 40,000 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, and you could show us that because you know you're not allowed to fly past 11,000 feet, right?
We were at 40.
Could you show us that, please? Because the video we saw was the ground was very low. Thank you, Professor Akia.
Yeah, so I didn't. So my camera was pointed outside the whole time. So I don't have on my camera any like they show it on the back of the screen how high we were. I don't know if I even took pictures of that. People probably did, but yeah, I didn't get any. Let me look real quick to see if I have photos of it.
Yeah, so what we saw was, and I'm giving you the big box, unless someone has evidence and stuff, then we could do it that way. But you could have the big box the whole time you're here, so that way people can watch you on both streams. But what we saw from the trip that you guys took, the flight was very low. There was people, either it was, I could have sworn it might have been Jonathan. Yeah, Jonathan was the one, if I'm not mistaken, showed us that video. And if you look at it, you'll see that the flight is very low because from the window you could see the ground is low.
Well, I can show you.
Jaren, that was the Jaren video.
Jaren? Okay.
So here you go. Here's one of the photos I took. It was certainly not. Sorry. There you go. It was certainly not low to the ground. So yeah, we were really pretty high. This is out the left side of the plane. I was sitting on the right side. So my video camera, which you can see on my Conspiracy Tunes channel.
Yeah, but see, technically you're not even there yet.
Can you show that
not even
for me?
Yeah, so you were asking about the flight. So this is as we were.
You're not even approaching the area. I was talking about when you're going over the edges.
Can you show that horizon for us, McTim?
Right there. Horizon's up here.
Yeah, back out a little.
I don't know what you want. So anyway, so here this is the
Doesn't look like 40.
where we're coming into more of the land there. So I will look. I don't think I took any pictures of the back of the seat in front of me.
Yeah, you can get back to us. The reason I'm asking you, young man, is I'm just trying to see, according to what we came across as far as information, if the dome is touching at 13,123 feet, according to the encyclopedia of 1958, then the flights we've been come across is that you're actually supposed to, and by the way, during that time as well, they were saying that they must keep the flights below 11,000 feet or 11,000 feet and below, because if the ceiling is 13,000 feet, so you shouldn't be flying at 13,000 feet.
Yeah, well, we were at 40. So your so for reference, the encyclopedia that you're talking about, a dome is a geological feature. So it's a mound of it's a mountain that's not pointy, essentially.
Do you have any actual evidence you were at 40,000 feet the whole time?
Like I said, I didn't take a picture of the back, but I'm looking at, just a second, I'll look at the EXIF data and see if it's got the GPS in there and if it has elevation. No, I don't see the elevation. Hold on.
Surprise, surprise.
Oh no. So the 757, the GPS that I was getting on my phone was not very good. So I didn't get a GPS position on my phone while I was there. But now Critical Think, he brought with him, oh yeah, that's still showing. He brought with him a higher end GPS unit. And I think he had logging on, so he might have gotten it.
But he's not here, right?
I had an altimeter, skydiving altimeter that you wear. It was at 3,500, which would be 35,000 feet. Or it was at 35,000.
Oh, all right.
I filmed it. It'll be in the doc.
So it just remains
I
at 35,000 feet?
How you doing, John?
Because McToon just said 40,000 feet.
I've also,
Right,
I don't know. I've also got shots of the back of the plane seat, and Liz Beth also had the flight telemetry data that she was recording from the NASA.
Okay,
her
but
friend at
don't
NASA.
have it here right now because you guys just contradicted each other. Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
This is from Will.
Time of origin.
This is let's see. I don't know what time this was taken at, but this was in flight. So there you go, 35,000 there.
Average, right? Between those times? Okay.
That's what's that?
It's an average between those.
This is all right. So this is 2 hours and 43 out. So yeah, so it wasn't 40,000 at this point. So maybe it wasn't.
It's an average between those times. I'm assuming.
Yeah. So certainly higher than the 13 you were talking about.
It's an average.
No. So one quick second, if I may interrupt you, Chris. So what I'm saying is, McToons, is this. You could have taken from Chile and you could have went to 35, 40,000. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I'm saying to you, when you approached that area, when you started going over what we call, or people call, the ice wall, the ice shelf, right? When you started going over that, because that's what you did, wouldn't you agree? If you did approaching that area, then you should be flying below 11,000 feet, which makes sense with what I saw with the video from Jaren.
Well, you're wrong. I showed you there. So this was 2 hours and 43 minutes out, at which time we were over Antarctica. So
That's interesting. So you're saying you were flying above 35,000 feet and you were literally in or right on top of it.
yeah. Turns out there's no dome. Who knew? I knew.
So according to the North, that you can't even fly past 35,000 feet. Did you know that?
According to the North.
Yes. When you go to try to fly towards the North?
I don't know what you mean. You mean the North Pole?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that has to do with this, but there's nothing I know of that prevents you from flying at any particular altitude at the North Pole.
And you're saying that when you flew to the south, you were definitely above 35,000 feet.
Definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
The whole flight, you were over that height. And you didn't correct for curvature once.
No, they corrected for curvature constantly. The plane automatically does that. It's the dynamics of flight.
No. Oh, the dynamics of flight. So planes fly over a plane, right?
No.
Simple. rigidity in space and the gyroscope and the attitude gauge prove that the pilots don't correct for curvature. If you claim that...
Sorry, did we switch who I was talking to?
I've been talking to you the whole time.
Yeah. It was Chris. I only asked you that one question about the height. Yeah. Sorry. It's you and Chris. Sorry. Go ahead. Chris is going to be cordial. Chris is pretty cordial.
Yeah, I'm just going to call you out for the things that I don't agree with. Hope you're okay with that. Scrutiny and whatnot.
Okay.
So I'll be frank with you. I don't believe you guys actually witnessed the 24-hour sun. It's just a bunch of bakery from a bunch of snakeries, right? We got looping clouds. We got no footprint. We've got squishy, squashy sun. You have them openly talking about a sun simulator and moving around domes. Kind of crazy.
Okay, so do you have any evidence, or are you just going to make religious claims?
Religious claims?
Yeah, so far you've made religious claims.
Which claim did I make? Reiterate the religious claim I made. Prove to your fans.
Everything you just said was just a claim. Yeah. Yeah. Do you have any?
Go on.
Yeah.
What was religious?
Well, for example, I'll give you a little example. So the sun that you saw, the squishy sun you're talking about, was taken with an Insta360. Are you familiar with those cameras?
Tell me about them.
An Insta360 has two lenses on opposite sides of it, and it stitches them together, and where the stitch is gets distorted. So that's why Will brought two of them, and we set them 90 degrees turned to each other so they would never overlap on where they were going across the stitch. So now one of his videos is out on his channel, on the Final Experiment channel. So you can go look at that one. And you can also look at Dave McKeegan's, and you can see in Dave McKeegan's, I think he had the stitch mostly south. So when you look at it towards the south, it goes across the stitch line there, where Will's were 45 degrees to south and 45 degrees the other direction to south. Now he's only published one of them so far.
Yeah.
But you can see that if you compare Dave's and Will's, you'll see that the part where the sun goes across that is not the same.
So you guys went down there, Antarctica, Neptune. You guys put a camera, right? Now I'm assuming it had a zenith position directly above it. Is that what it had? Neptune?
Everything has a zenith, yeah.
So 90 degrees from that zenith is your what?
That would be the orthogonal to that would be the horizontal plane.
Horizontal plane. Okay. Is that your horizon, or is that your tangent?
They don't generally match, no.
Okay, so is this what you are establishing with your cameras? You're making a local field of view that's represented?
No, we weren't doing that. The cameras were just recording that there was a sun for 24 hours straight.
There's
That's
a sun there, and the sun would move around the dome. That's what you're saying, right?
No, we didn't say that it moved around the dome.
No, but I'm calling you out for saying that. You don't want to admit it, but you set up a camera, 360 camera, that's your azimuth. It has a zenith. That's what you set up there, right, McToon?
We took a video of the sun not setting for 24 hours. That's what we did.
Okay. So step one first. The geometry involved, right?
We weren't doing any geometry.
I can tell because you didn't.
I can specifically talk to the geometry because I did do something that was an application of geometry, if you want to talk about geometry. But just setting up an Insta360 wasn't about geometry. It was just about seeing, yes or no, does the sun circle for 24 hours a day? And the answer is yes.
Okay, objection, Your Honor. I need you to actually answer a question. You said you set up a camera with a 360 view that would track the sun, right? You established that
I didn't say it would track the sun.
Talking over me for a second. Have some impulse control for your fans. It's okay. So you have a zenith, and you have an azimuth, and you know that your zenith is 90 degrees from your horizon, and that you don't observe below your horizon, right? Okay. So you're making your entire experiment on the basis of a flat Earth. Thank you. You can have the big box, bro. Good job.
Welcome to Flattys.
None of that was correct in the slightest, but
Okay,
I do
well, we can
appreciate
talk about the geometry if you want. after.
geometry there.
Let's talk about the geometry if you want, because that's why Dip specifically wanted me here, bro. You're not going to play games with me. I'm not going to allow it.
I'll ask one simple question before we get into the geometry.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. McToon, how's it going?
Good.
Chewy's dad, or you could call me Josh here, or Common Sense. My question to you is, we have these videos, right? We do not have a timestamp. We also do not have a direction. So I just want you to answer me an honest question right now. When you were standing there and you were facing the sun, which way did that sun move?
It moved right to left.
Okay, so why at all, is that sun moving in the opposite direction that we know it does in reality?
Well, I was there in reality, and the sun moved right to left in reality when I was there in reality.
Perfect. So now you're trying to take a star trail and do that with the sun, right? By changing your opposite direction. The problem is, we all know that the sun and the moon and the stars move from east to west. So from you standing down in Antarctica, and you just confirmed that that sun is moving from your right to your left, it should be moving from your left to your right. The fact that you don't have a compass, the fact that you didn't have anything there to show us, otherwise, you guys have given us a false 24-hour video on my screen. I have 2 clips of the time lapse that you gave us, right?
You have only 2?
Yeah, 3 seconds and 47 seconds of this time lapse.
Luke video, green screen.
No, there's a ton of videos.
Footprints.
There's a ton of 360-degree 24-hour videos. Have you not looked at them all?
I know. So I'm just going off the very first one that you guys gave us, right?
Oh, you're way out of date. You should check up on the ones that will publish.
I understand that, but the reason why, right?
Whole 24 hours, and YouTube limits it to 12 hours per. So he did it in 3 because it's actually more than 24 hours. So
Cardinal Director.
are in real. Hold on, just a second. So I mean, this is a service to you. So he's got these 3 videos of real time, not a time lapse, and so you can watch people. You can hear their audio as they walk around. It's pretty cool.
I did watch those 3 videos as well. The 2 10-hour videos and the 4.5 or almost 5.5 hour video, yeah. Right? Yeah, I did watch those ones too, and they are being picked apart right now as we speak. Okay. But so it was just my initial question, right? Because I asked you if you're standing there and you stood there and looked at the sun, you then did tell me that it moved from the right to the left. That is opposite to what would happen in reality.
But in reality, it actually moved right to left. I was there.
No, because I have friends in Australia, my friend, right? And we know which way the sun moves in the south. It still moves from east to west. So facing that, right, it would be going from your left to your right.
Wait, Toon, which way were you facing?
Yeah.
It didn't matter which way I was facing. Whenever I was facing the sun, it moved right to left. All directions. It always moved
wrong
right
direction.
Okay.
Yeah.
The wrong direction.
Dip, I really appreciate you having me up here like this. I could feel myself. McToon, I appreciate it. You actually answered my biggest question, and I really, really appreciate that. Honestly,
It's a good question.
What is?
but you could drop me for somebody else, Dip, please.
Which direction was the sun moving, from the east to the west or from the west to the east, is what he was saying.
It was moving right to left.
Right, which is, according to what you're saying, would be from west to east.
It depends which direction you're facing. Or if you're facing north or south, it's opposite. It doesn't matter.
Just like the
East or west or west east. It was moving right to left.
Yeah, just like the star trails. It's all dependent on the direction you look.
Yeah.
So
We're gonna get any proof of globe religion while I'm on panel, McToon. I debated you like 8 years ago. I debunked the globe religion like 8 years ago, and you're still over here defending your cartoon.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
We're doing one at a time, right?
Actually,
Yeah. So to be fair, To be fair, Enoch, it is he is live streaming on his panel, and we did agree it's one.
Okay, so no proof of globe religion. Chris, go ahead. Sorry I interrupted. I love you guys. Peace out.
No, you could stay. It just be one at a time, meaning that after Chris,
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yep.
Okay, so I do have a genuine question though. Has there been footage released with direction, cardinal direction, timestamp, or angle of elevation that we were talking about a second ago, which implies a flat Earth?
Oh, you're muted, Tin.
Oh, you muted McToons. I'm not sure. I think you were muted by yourself. I'm not sure. I didn't mute you. I don't think anyone did.
I muted him.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
So you know.
well, you should kick him out.
Why?
Bye. Bye, Nathan.
You didn't have any
Birthday, bro. You got an RV.
Hold on. The host asked you a question.
Unbelievable.
Host
You don't
asked
mute him now, Nathan.
One shut up. Positives lighting up. Chris, please. Dip, I muted him because I came on to say something, and he's a triggered Glober donut I debated 8 years ago that has no proof of globe religion, and you guys are all giving him the big box while we just look at him, and he doesn't offer any evidence of globe religion.
Well, respectfully, Enoch, what it is.
He said he saw curvature from 40,000 feet.
Okay, I mean, wow.
And showed us a flat plane.
42.
Hey, I've got a
Nathan gone yet?
a really important question. Okay, Jonathan,
Hold on.
I want you to
Just a second.
virtual reality equipment. Why wouldn't you use DSLR?
Okay, my goodness.
Motorized drive,
They
no stitching,
they
no compression. Why would you?
they do not want me to talk on there. Can you see that? I mean, it is super obvious. They don't want me to talk even a little bit. They're scared to death. They're scared to death. So, anyway, I'll give them a chance to come around here a little bit, and so if they're going to be auto muting me, then that won't go. All right. So I'll see if they're ready. All right. Are you ready to have an adult conversation where Nathan doesn't automatically mute me constantly?
Yes, Nathan, please don't mute him, please. Let's just keep it cordial, guys.
Yeah.
We have some serious questions we're trying to get to.
But Toon, you said the plane was adjusting for curvature
Of course it was.
all
Yeah.
the time.
Yes.
But one second, sorry, I'm lagging. One second.
That picture you showed was pretty fucking flat, bro. Sam, tell your fans I told you that.
All right. Well, I don't know how you measured that.
Every pilot I've debated, Toon, every pilot I've debated admits they don't adjust for curvature.
So the plane.
I'm not sure how you were adjusting for curvature there. Can
Yeah, I'm happy
you
to
tell me that?
Yeah, I'll elaborate. So I mentioned it when I said it earlier. The physics of flight automatically cause the plane to adjust to change its vector over time. It's just an automatic thing.
Oh, so you were changing vectors all the time, but you didn't feel it, right?
Correct. Yeah, you don't feel it. There's no part of the human anatomy that's able
and
to
it didn't
feel.
just on the gyro. The gyro was
I'm sorry. I was talking. I was right in the
gyro
middle.
was positive the whole time.
Right in the middle of my sentence. Right in the middle. All right. If we're gonna be cordial, Angel. If we're gonna be cordial, little boy, you're gonna have to let me talk.
Yeah. You just said he was lagging.
Okay. Well then.
But you called me an R word last time.
Great.
So I'm mad because I was dunking you.
All right, Angel. If you've got lag problems, then drop off, get to where you don't have lag problems so that you can have a cordial conversation with me without lag problems.
Oh,
right.
I was having a cordial conversation.
No, you weren't. You were interrupting me in the middle of my
plane's
sentence.
flying
You asked me a question. I answered the question. You interrupted in the middle of my question. That's not cordial. You're going to have to be cordial, little boy. That's the whole premise of this entire thing. Dip said you were going to be cordial, and you're not being cordial.
You're interrupting me. And now you're interrupting me. Okay, so you said you were flying. Hang on, you said you were flying at 500 miles per hour. A plane flying 500 miles per hour would have to adjust for a drop of 2,700 feet of curvature every minute. Are you saying you didn't feel that?
All right, so that's not how it works. It works by changing the angle. It doesn't actually descend in elevation. It maintains constant elevation.
Oh, welcome to Flat Earth then. So it just flew a straight line, did it?
Nope, it constantly varied its angle over time automatically.
How do you fly around it? How do you fly around the curve? Yeah. Okay. So how do you fly around the curve but do a straight line in the air? How does that work?
It doesn't do a straight line in the air.
So it does change vectors. So it does drop 2,700 feet now.
No, it doesn't. It changes angle and does not change elevation.
Oh. Wait, so it doesn't. So it changes angle relative to the horizon. But
No.
It doesn't change elevation. How does that work?
No, it doesn't change relative to the horizon. The plane doesn't like seek out the horizon. Doesn't do any sort of like laser finding of the horizon. It uses the vertical vector by the downward acceleration. That's the primary way that it does things.
Why are you derailing this? Let's catch McToon lying real time. We don't care about show and tell, bro. Gang.
The only thing Nathan knows how to do is derail.
Yeah, he's playing Flare straight line. So
Hey, I had a question. When you showed us your altitude of 35,000 feet, and there was still 2 hours, 43 minutes left of the flight, right?
Yeah.
So that's a 3,000 mile flight from where you were to Union Station, right?
I don't know the exact distance, no, offhand.
Yeah, it's a 4.5 hour flight. So after an hour, 45 minutes, you would have traveled less than 1,000 miles. So you would have been on top of Chile at that point, on the tip of Chile, because Union Station is about 1,800 miles from the point of Chile, the southest point of Chile. So you weren't even past Argentina at that point.
So we started in Punta Arenas.
You said that after an hour, 45 minutes, you were on top of Antarctica earlier, while you were not at that point in your flight, just to the fact that the flight is 4 hours and a half. You're traveling 500 miles per hour. After an hour, 45 minutes, you'd be less than 1,000 miles on your flight. So you'd still be on top of Chile, not Antarctica. Sorry.
All right. So let me explain things to you. So we started in Punta Arenas, which is on the very southern edge of Chile. So
it's not on the southern edge of Chile. Like, you want me to pull out the map of that flight?
All right. How about you don't interrupt me?
Yeah, let's give him a chance to speak, guys.
This gets old, right? I mean, it's great. It's great cinema to show flat earthers and how horrible flat earthers are, and they don't want to let you talk, right? That's great. It shows for the world how horrible flat earthers are. I appreciate that.
It's here. Glacier Union is 1,000 miles from here. So 1,859 miles from the southern tip of Chile. And this is the flight from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier, 3,058 miles. So if you deduct this from this part here to the southern tip here is 1,100 miles. In an hour, 45 minutes at 500 miles per hour, you'd be around here, not here.
You got cooked, McToon. Just admit it. We all see it.
And you didn't adjust for curvature. You flew a straight line.
Right.
The attitude indicator didn't show any change in orientation.
R.I.P. bombers.
All right.
GG.
So,
Well, guys, he's not gonna be able to respond to you guys if you guys keep muting him.
Right.
So please do not.
Let's
here it is. Here's the story. Dip, you ready? Next time I'm muted, I'm out.
And I don't blame him, guys.
Yep.
Please do
Let's hear
not.
him out. Let's hear him out.
So, whatever loser you have on there that's muting me, get him out right now. Kick him out right now. All right.
Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out.
I get muted again. I don't have to prove my globe religion.
All right.
Antarctica didn't prove his globe religion. My dip right now. Shut the fuck up.
Yep, guys. It's between Chris and Nicktoons. I've already asked quite a few guys. So it's between Chris and Nicktoons. So please let's have Chris go against with him.
But let's do this. Let's do it this way so that there's no more confusion. There's you, Dip. There's me. There's Chris. Everybody else go.
There you go. We could do that. Go ahead.
No.
Oh, really?
No, we can all see. They're still there. Go. Chop, chop.
I'm doing it.
Really?
There we go. Got it. Okay.
Go ahead.
So, Chris, you did not show from Punta Arenas. So. I don't know, Chris, if he's talking.
Chris, are you there? You're muted. Sorry, bud. In case.
Yeah, that wasn't my claim, that was his, and I do agree that based on the time traveled and the average speed of the plane, that it would be over Chile, not over Antarctica like you claimed. That's okay, though. It's not my argument, my point, or a contentious argument.
Okay.
Planes fly over a plane, and you're going to adjust for curvature.
There's Punta Arenas. See that? Right, southern tip of Chile there. Most of it is water, and then the rest of this here. There you go. There's Antarctica. So there you go. So you had somehow you had us like starting up here or something. Like, I don't know, maybe you started us in Santiago. Right? We didn't start in Santiago. We started in Punta Arenas down here. There you go.
Maybe you're just using the Mercator projection for your dimensions, your scales.
This is a globe right here.
Oh, there's your problem. Okay, let's go on. You didn't correct for curvature. You showed a flat plane, and
well, those are your claims. But I told you that the dynamics of flight include correction for curvature automatically.
no, it would register. You know what rigidity in space is?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, so explain it. Layman terms for everybody.
So, well, you're speaking to a mechanical gyroscope, right?
Okay, so yeah.
And the plane,
Layman terms.
yeah, the plane that we were in is a 747. It's a modern plane. It does not have a mechanical gyroscope.
They still do. Well, they have something very similar to it. You know, what do they have? The attitude gauge, which is hooked up to 4 separate instruments, and they act exactly like a gyroscope.
Yeah, it's an inertial reference system.
Inertial
Yeah,
reference system.
INS or IRS, depending on the systems have different acronyms.
It's a flat stationary plane, and you can't prove me otherwise, right?
No, so
that's what that means.
No, the way it works is they do have optical gyroscopes in them, and
Okay, so I asked you a question.
Oh, sorry, I was in the
rigidity
middle.
in space.
I was in the middle of talking.
Yeah, but you're deflecting and sidestepping. I asked you a question, right? Explain rigidity in space in layman terms. What did you go on to say? 747 doesn't have that. But it still uses the function, and it's directly tied into the attitude gauge. So please explain to me the function.
Okay.
The principle of rigidity in space. Please.
Got it. So it doesn't apply to this airplane.
Except it's hooked up to the instrument that tells the pilot they're flying over a plane. How does that work?
No, it doesn't do that. That's not what it's doing.
The pendulous vanes on the gimbal that creates the gyroscopic effect, that's not happening.
There's no pendulous vanes because there's no mechanical gyroscope in that plane. I said that already. It's a modern plane. They don't use them.
How does the pilot get the orientation on that specific plane? Let's bring it up for a second. Which specific plane are you talking about?
It's a 757.
757. You're saying doesn't have a gyroscope in it?
Yeah, the new ones don't have. They don't have mechanical gyroscopes. So when you're talking about rigidity in space and pendulous vanes, that doesn't apply to that plane.
Okay, 747 attitude.
757.
Yeah, I thank you. So explain rigidity in space while we're rating.
No. Your claim, not mine.
Well, yeah. So, 757, how the attitude indicator works. So obviously it has an attitude indicator.
Yes, indeed it does.
So what is the device that gives it that? Is it
an electronic gyroscope?
An optical gyroscope. Yeah, it's an optical gyroscope.
Oh, an optical. No, the optical is not what's happening there. That's crazy.
You didn't know that?
So we have a gyroscope.
It's an
It has a gimbal.
No gimbal.
It's based on rigidity in space. Explain rigidity in space without sidestepping.
It does not have a gimbal, and it's not based on rigidity in space.
Are you lying right now?
No, I know more than you.
You know more than me?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fact?
That's a fact.
Explain to me the instrument specifically, how it keeps its orientation relative to the ground, and how it tells the pilot the attitude gauge that they're flying over a plane.
All right. Now you're going to interrupt me, of course, but it doesn't do it relative to the ground. It does it relative to the vertical vector, and it does it.
The gimbal. Good job.
No, there's no gimbal. My goodness. Why do you keep going to that? This is not going to work for you, buddy. There's no gimbal. Okay. No gimbal. So there's your whole script is gone now because there's no gimbal, right? You're hoping for the rigidity in space mechanical gyroscope thing, but it doesn't have that. Sorry. So maybe try a different script. Try your next script. What's your next script?
A script? Are you saying a script? So what is horizontal reference? What is the horizontal reference that is going on with the optical gyroscope? And how is that assumed and set without a gimbal? Go ahead.
Okay, so when it's on the ground, when they first turn it on, it needs to run through a calibration, and part of that calibration is it's determining the latitude, and it determines the latitude based on the measurement of the rotation of the Earth. So when we're in Punta Arenas, they turn it on. They need to wait. It depends on your latitude. Closer to the equator, farther from the equator makes a little bit more time or less time. But at Punta Arenas, the optical gyroscope said would have output 53 degrees about, and then it from that it's able to determine, as the orientation of the plane varies and the latitude changes, it's able to determine the vertical vector and then do the things that the pilots need to know which way the horizon is.
That thing is a bit.
Well, I'm simplifying it for you because
Oh, you're simplifying it for it. Yeah. Except you're not telling everybody that what you're talking about is your bearing relative to true north.
No,
and there's
nothing to do with
what
bearing.
You're actually doing is deflecting the fact that if it's using an attitude gauge or artificial horizon, it has to have instruments that use and incorporate rigidity in space. You're actually piggybacking one instrument and claiming that. So it's saying here that there is a gimbal on these optical gyroscopes, and you said that there wasn't. That's kind of strange, man. It also has a reference, like a horizontal reference for them too, on a stationary Earth, and it also incorporates the Sagnac effect.
Can you zoom in where it says stationary Earth?
Well, it's based on the Doppler effect. You want to talk about that too?
It's based on the Doppler effect now. Oh, yes. Let's hear about the Doppler effect.
Well, the Doppler effect? You want to talk about the Doppler effect?
Yeah, tell me about it.
Like, we can debunk the whole altogether. Okay.
No, you're saying it's based on the Doppler effect. How is?
Would you say that sound is a mechanical wave?
Hold on. You're the Doppler effect you're talking about. I want to hear how the Doppler effect is what the INS of the airplane is based on. Let's hear it.
Oh, the INS. The INS is your gyroscope, right?
The inertial.
It doesn't have a gyroscope?
It doesn't have a mechanical gyroscope.
It sets a reference from the gimbal. Does it not, McToon? You liar?
It does not have.
You just stated what I was fishing for the last 15 minutes, and you just casually stated it. The INS, what is that? Does it have anything to do with the bearing? So why would you argue that you have to set it for the bearing?
I didn't say it.
Funny of you.
I didn't say it had to set it for the bearing. I said it.
You just said it had to calibrate it.
For the latitude.
You said it had to calibrate it.
The latitude.
What's going on with your nervous laugh again?
Oh my gosh, the latitude, not the bearing. Do you not know the difference between latitude and bearing? Is this a new topic for you?
So when you set
For the audience, could you just clarify what is bearing and what is latitude for the audience?
Well, your bearing gives you your direction, and your latitude you set to true north based on your latitude. It's pretty straightforward.
Oh my goodness! Thank you for that. That's hilarious.
Okay.
The latitude. You say the latitude you have to set to true north. Oh my gosh.
So you got to clip it?
Yes.
So
that's great.
If you kind of got
that's great
miscontext, so latitude lines go north-south, longitude lines are separated, right?
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! You dig? Oh my gosh!
Well, explain it. You're just laughing.
No, no. I'm not going to explain it to you. You're just.
Enlighten us, please.
No. You don't understand the topic.
Let me get the big rocks.
You don't understand the topic. Holy cow!
Let's talk about it. Okay.
You said latitude lines go north and south. Let's see how latitude lines go north and south.
Meridians of longitude radiate outward like spokes of a wheel. Parallels of latitude are concentric circles. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So
but you said latitude is north and south.
Oh, so I got them backwards. Cool. Okay. Are you gonna talk about it with me for me?
And then, all right. So now explain to me how latitude, how you have to set your latitude to north.
Okay. So what you're saying is the one specific. Let's just make sure that I'm pulling up the proper instruments that you're talking about, because you're actually arguing two different instruments, right?
No, you are.
So your attitude gauge. I don't think I am.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, here's your attitude gauge, right?
Chris knows his stuff.
This is what's bound by gyroscopic rigidity in space.
No.
Right?
No, it's not. Not in the 757.
Even your INS is using this gimbal to establish an inertial reference frame, an up, a down, relative to where it's calibrated, correct? Okay, now let's look up the other one that you're trying to pass off. What is it called? The bearing? Bearing indicator. Is that what it's called? Mr. McToon?
There you go.
Mr. McToon?
There you go.
Bearing indicator plane. That's so why are you trying to argue two different?
It's you. It's you. I'm just loving how confused you are at this.
Okay, so this is what you're arguing, and why you have to use your latitude to set your bearing.
Oh my
exactly
gosh.
like what I said.
You said it again.
So now let's go back to the initial.
He said it again.
So is this what's going on?
Oh my gosh.
You have to calibrate it from your specific latitude. Answer the question, McDoon.
Oh my gosh. You don't calibrate your latitude and your bearing. Like, oh my gosh.
Okay, so explain the difference. Right now, quick.
No.
You don't use the horizon as a reference?
No, you don't use the horizon.
I need
no.
I need
oh
you
my
to
gosh.
catch your breath. Go get your paper bag for a sec. Stop foaming out your brain cavity. So I need you to establish, first and foremost, the difference between the attitude gauge and the bearing indicator. Then foaming. I need you to tell me why you were trying to make a claim for the bearing indicator and some sort of response to rigidity in space. It's really pathetic.
I said nothing about the bearing indicator. Nothing at all.
Okay, so explain to me this instrument on your plane.
The artificial horizon?
Yeah.
All right.
Is it bound by a gyroscope?
You're going to interrupt me. You're going to interrupt me. All right. So everybody. So watch as he interrupts me.
I'm gonna interrupt you when you bring this up again for sure.
All right. So
I need you to stick to the topic. What is rigidity in space? We've been going on this for fucking 10 minutes.
It's not used in this plane.
Here, let's look it up. Then you can gish gallop around it. Fantastic. I can't believe you wouldn't answer that simple question.
Well, I was trying, but you interrupted me.
Space is the characteristic of a rotating body in which the direction of the axis of rotation remains fixed.
Yes.
As the object moves through space.
True, yes.
This characteristic is found in astronomical bodies in order. A gyroscope has the specific property called rigidity in space, which means that provided it's undisturbed, the gyroscope axis will always stay in its given direction. This happens because the gyroscope is set, its gimbal, in space. Okay, so now let's go back here. Because I'm talking about this specific
This specific device here.
Okay.
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 Go ahead.
You want me to explain it? Okay. Well, so you're gonna interrupt again. I know it. So there is no mechanical gyroscope, and so the whole rigidity and space thing that you just read is perfect because it talks about rotating physical objects, which is not what's used in that particular airplane to determine up and down and its orientation. It uses an optical gyroscope, which doesn't rotate. It uses opticals, right? It uses optics. So we'll just say it, leave it at that and not get into the details because you're going to get confused. Then based on where you are on your latitude, then it's able to determine which way is up and down. So in the computer, knowing where you're at and knowing what the optical gyroscope was at starting point and where you are now, it's able to give you the artificial horizon. So no rigidity in space used because there's no spinning gyroscope used.
Yeah, give me 1 sec.
All right. You looking up stuff there?
Explain it on an. No, I am. Explain it on an analog plane while we wait. So the electronic, the INS still does use a gimbal. Okay, that's cool. That's crazy. So it is gyroscope. It keeps its gimbal.
Optical gyroscope. It's an optical gyroscope.
Yeah, optically.
Yeah, so
optically, just like you were saying, it didn't.
I never said it didn't.
It keeps its gimbal as reference. Okay, cool. You never said that?
I never said that it's not optical. I said it is optical. Wow.
Okay, but it doesn't have a gimbal to keep rigidity in space? To keep a reference?
No, it doesn't.
Big ground below it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. All right, I'm ready to move on. Let's move on to the 24-hour bakery.
Good choice. Good choice for you there. Okay.
Well, you still don't want to talk about analog gyroscopes, so they don't register any curvature. You actually just lied about the electronic, the optical fucking gyroscopes using a gimbal.
What about
proving it has rigidity and space?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't actually use that.
Oh my gosh. You keep saying that. It's not working out for you, buddy. You definitely should move on. This is embarrassing for you.
I wouldn't think so. I've proved you to be a liar many times.
1,160 people are right now all facepalming at the same time. Plus whoever's on TikTok there.
Facepalming?
Yes, they're all.
It's not a good thing, bro.
So, oh no, it's not good. Yeah, but they know to bring protection. So they've been warned. So all right, let's hear what you got next.
Okay, so we've got obviously the Luke sun.
The
right?
what?
We've got no footprints.
Well, let's do one thing at a time. One thing at a time, please.
No, I'm not going to get caught up in semantics with you, but
it's not semantics to do one topic at a time. It's normal to do one topic at a time.
A looped video, first and foremost. We've got Green Screen by Will Duffy, the supposed guy who thinks that lying is acceptable in the Bible. That's what he said.
Okay.
We also
let's
have
one thing at. Hold on. We're going to do one thing at a time here. One thing at a time. Let's have a cordial discussion and have it be one thing at a time.
Stop interrupting, pal.
We're going to do one thing at a time.
Cordially.
We're not doing shotgun. Let's not do shotgun. Let's pick one topic and then we'll go to that topic and we'll talk about it. So what topic would you like to talk about next?
Okay, so all of it was faked, right?
No.
Right? All of it was
None of it was faked.
Here's the reason why I know it was faked. 24 hours, you have a disappearing truck, you have no footprints left.
Let's talk about let's talk about disappearing truck as your first one. What do you mean by disappearing truck?
Vape for a second.
Okay.
Let's talk about that.
Yes, Wits at Vape.
The only credible person that went on that, you know who that was? Let me bring it up for a second. Yeah,
and Dave McKeegan and Will and Critical Think. And John Morindi, he's good. Mark Herman. Jaron. Lizbeth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Austin definitely did vape, though. 100%. He,
just about to ask you that question.
yeah, he did. So he was trying to hide the fact that he was vaping from somebody.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Somebody. So if he did vape, who was the person that was recording the angle from the side of the barrel?
The side of the barrel. So there were.
So when he sat down behind the camera, when he was actually reading the messages from his other phone, and then he comes back with the vaping part, who was the person that was recording from the angle side that sent it to us? You know, when he walks out of the container, you could see him vaping?
Yes.
Who was recording that angle?
Okay, that was, there were 3 cameras that were Insta360s that were running the whole time we were there. So here is an Insta360. This is mine right here. So 3 of them were running. Oh, I'll show you, on the big, here. So you see one lens there, one lens there, right? And then it stitches them together. So it was an Insta360 that was recording. The first one that was seen was the one that Dave McKeegan had, which was running in a time-lapse mode, which put 25 hours into 25 minutes. And then that one is much easier to render and upload because it's not that large, so it was able to get out quickly. The one that Will Duffy did, he's done 1 so far of the 2 that he brought. And that's the full 25 about hours of a real time. So you can hear people walking around and talking, and you can see their footprints in the snow. And so those 3 videos are on the Final Experiments YouTube channel. Anybody can go look at them, and you can see in real time as Whitsitt is vaping. So he goes into the shed, and while he's going into the shed, he's vaping. He does whatever he does in the shed, and then he comes out and he's pounding that vape the whole time from when he leaves the door until he gets over to the computer.
We saw that. So can you explain to me why did he fake his breath then?
You should ask him.
We already did, and he said he didn't.
Okay.
And according to the recording that he did, was supposedly that was the breath, but we all know that was not the breath because I clearly can see from the other angle that you're saying now is a 360 camera.
Yeah.
We thought someone was recording him there. But according to that angle, he was clearly vaping.
I agree.
And
absolutely.
And it was just not vaping. It was vaping with substance.
He was pounding that vape so hard, like he was sucking that thing dry. Yeah.
That's what she says.
Yep.
So I could see that when he made an about face, he was losing balance due to the fact that he would turn too much right. Then he corrected himself to the left. Then he walked more straight, picked up the snow, came back. When he came back with the snow, was acting kind of goofy with his elbows, I guess, or at least the way he was holding the snow, drops it, and then picks some of it off and go, there goes that. But my point is, if there was no breath condensation, then why did he fake that? That's what the whole thing was all about.
Yeah.
He said he didn't fake that, and you're saying that he did fake that. So
I'll give you. So I did a video, and you could have already heard my take on this. I put up I think a week ago on my Conspiracy Tunes channel, and I have the footage that Will has from. Yeah, what's that?
Could you share with us if you don't mind?
Yeah. Let me. Ooh.
So that way the audience on your fans from your platform and this platform can see what we're talking about.
Yep. I can't. All right. So the Insta360 Studio software is very slow when dealing with these files because it's almost a terabyte in size. So I can show you my video. I don't think I can pull. Yeah, I can't pull it up on the Insta360. It takes about 10 minutes just to load the data.
And how about the shadow diverges?
Yeah, just a second. One thing at a time is fine.
Sure. Fair enough.
All right. So I took what I did is I took the data and wrong one. Hold on. I need to get the my other account here. So I took the 360 and I rendered out a couple things of Whitsitt vaping and how he was doing it. So I mean, I don't need to defend what he was doing. He needs to deal with what he was doing and why he was trying to hide it or whatever. So
why was he trying to hide it? Like,
I think he was trying to hide it from someone.
Well, there's two things. So there's the hiding and there's the faking.
Yeah. So, all right.
Bakery. Yeah, Darth Vapor.
All right. So here's my video.
Why would he hide it? Why would he lie about it and then hide it?
Well, he lies a lot.
Oh, but you lie a lot, I think, in my opinion.
Well, I have lots of documentation of him lying. So this is.
Okay, I got you yourself admitting that you were disingenuous, so that's fine.
He's about to show how Witsit was lying.
Okay, so here he is coming out.
I can't see
Look at
screen.
him. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Let me back it up. Oh, so here's him walking out to start his live stream. So I did his whole thing, and I went from went into fast motion during the less interesting parts. So here he's walking around. And all right, here he goes. Walking in, hitting the vape right there. You can see the breath coming out. There, vape in pocket. Going inside, he's in there for 55 seconds. And now he's going to come out. Watch how hard he hits it here. I mean, he's just like, he's hitting it hard. Right there.
Yeah.
There you go. So there he is. He breathed it out to the right side there. And now he's back on screen. He's going to exhale, and you only see like his first one and maybe second breath a little bit. So yeah, that was definitely vape, in my opinion. But now let me show you this. Let me show you this little bit here. So he's coming from inside. So right here is inside. He wasn't vaping inside, and he doesn't have the vape out yet. Right? But watch this. Visible breath. So you saw visible breath. You can see a little bit around his head there before he hit the vape. So you can see his breath without vape in this video. And that's because he was inside where it was warm. So now
Absolutely, no one would disagree with any of that.
Someone in the comments is saying the boot in the table, under the table. I haven't noticed that. What is that?
There's no boot there.
There's a whole boot video. What it looks like to me looked kind of like a ritual, but I'm not sure. You could ask.
Okay, I haven't seen that, but we can maybe bring him up in a couple minutes or so. But why would he feel the need to do that? Like called the dew point?
Yeah.
Do you know what a dew point is?
Yes.
Dew point. Because of the humidity in your breath relative the outside temperature in which there would be a dew point in your breath. So let's take a moment to see this. You can usually see your breath when the temperature is below 45 degrees Fahrenheit or 7.2 degrees Celsius. However, the exact temperature at which you can see your breath depends on the relative humidity. If the air is already close to saturation, you may need colder temperatures to see your breath. However, if you understand that last point, the drier it is, the more your breath would be prevalent in an arid situation. So, are you expecting me to ignore the fact that there should have been a dew point and that Witsit and yourself just straight implied that it wouldn't be there? That's kind of weird.
All right. So you're going to interrupt me again.
Was it dry or was it not dry? I wanted to know. Because I seen your video.
All right. You interrupted me. Okay. So when it's dry, you do not see your breath as much. When your lungs are cold, you do not see your breath as much. And when you're in direct sunlight, you do not see your breath as much. It was dry. It wasn't that cold. We were in direct sunlight. And our lungs, when we'd been outside for a while, were cold. So you don't generally see our breath. So, but there were cases where you...
But you still had moisture in your lungs.
Yeah, you interrupted me. So, all right. Anyway, I live in Minnesota. This is a normal thing for us to not see our breath all the time.
All the time. So I'm from Canada, and I know all about the dew point. So you can talk all the shit you want. You actually told me that frozen lakes curve. It's the most related shit I've ever fucking
How is that possible? Have you seen a curved frozen lake?
Frozen lakes are curved, yes.
Oh my goodness.
What? What do you mean?
Have you ever skated on a fucking frozen curved lake, bro?
Have you skated on a frozen lake, bud?
They're all, I don't skate, but they're all
Do
curved.
these skaters have curve on them when they go skate? Because the lake is frozen and it's curved.
Yeah, I mean, you've certainly seen ice. It buckles when it freezes because it expands when it freezes. You know that, right?
Except for the ice is not what's freezing, it's the water. And guess what water is?
Oh my God.
Flat and level. That's why they call it sea level, bud.
So you say this is just claims.
Well,
So
when molecules become closer to each other, they become more solid. That's exactly what happens.
Oh dear. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know where you went with that, but okay, I'll give you that. All right. So, Chris, anything else?
Yeah, he doesn't like talking about states of matter. He doesn't know that snow is different than ice, I remember. And he thinks that light refracts through snow somehow. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I do have something to add. So first and foremost, in a 757, this is key points and important points. Where did it go? Hold on. Gyro on the wheel's turn indicator, which is directly corresponding on the 757 to its attitude gauge. It's based on pendulous veins and air flowing through them to give the gimbal its rigidity in space. Now, what you were talking about, the laser and gyroscope, is referencing the bearing, which also uses Sagnac effect. So you said to me that the attitude indicator does not use a gyroscope in any kind of way.
I did not.
Except this is saying that the 757 uses 4 of them: one on the nose, one on the plane wing, one on the other wing, and one on the back. So how does it not use it? I'm just wondering.
That's not what I said. I did not say that they doesn't. Oh, you're interrupting me again. So I did not say that it doesn't use a gyroscope. I said it doesn't use a spinning mechanical gyroscope. It uses an optical gyroscope. And you're right. It uses multiple for redundancy. So if you remember from a few years ago, the 737s had a problem where they were crashing, a couple of them, and big problem. The problem was that they only had two instruments measuring the pitch of the airplane. I don't know if
the gyro's turn indicator driven by a stream of air to spin the gimbal as fast as 10,000 revolutions per minute. This keeps a fixed reference. But you're lying, bro, and I'm calling you out real time. I don't need to hear your gish gallop. You straight up lied for 15 minutes.
Dip, this is going to be...
straight up lied for 15 minutes.
We're going to have a nice casual conversation. We're going to respect each other. But
and you're still lying. The 757 uses a gyroscope to tell the pilot its orientation through the attitude gauge. So you're bearing that.
Let me know when he's
bullshit.
Okay. Wow. He doesn't. They do not know how to have.
I do have to say, he did bring up quite a few points.
Do not know how to have a decent conversation, of course.
You literally just gish galloped on every one of them.
He did bring up quite a few points, and you did not elaborate on any of them. You literally just gish galloped on every one of them. I think you went to mute.
All right. Is he done interrupting me?
Yes.
Can you? You said, Dip, your word. You gave me your word. We were going to have a good conversation.
Yes, sir.
He won't let me talk.
We're not having a good conversation if you're lying.
So there he is again.
He is being a liar. So good job, bro.
Well, to be fair, Chris, we have to let him. I'll give you the mic. Sorry, McToons. Forgive me. So, Chris, I do agree with him on that, and I hate to prove him right, respectfully to both of you. But if he becomes right, obviously, right, because we gotta let him lie, let him bury himself, and bring these points out so he looks bad, and instead of the other way around, he wants to flip it on you. In my opinion.
All right, you ready?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, so it does have 4 gyroscopes. The gyroscopes are optical gyroscopes. They are not mechanical spinning gyroscopes. They don't have pendulous vanes. Old gyroscopes that are spinning gyroscopes do have pendulous vanes, but the pendulous vanes are how they deal with the rigidity in space. But that's not what the plane is using. It's using a different type of gyroscope. It's an optical gyroscope. So, and I mean, he has a script and he had to go back to it. It's not how they work. Go look up how a 757 gyroscope works. They're optical. They're not, that's not how they work. They're not mechanical. Anyway,
and by the way, for the audience, so what you're saying is the 24-hour experiment. So I asked you the other day, which was on Pope's madness. I said to you, was any of it faked? You said no. So you agreed earlier that the breath that Austin did was fake. Would you agree? And you agreed on that earlier. So how is that? Oh, you're muted, but you're still muted. Sorry.
All right. So my take on it, I went over in my video. I didn't get to my point because he interrupted rudely again. So my point is that I don't think that Austin was attempting to fake it. I think that he lucked into it happening. So that's what I think he was doing. So whether or not I'm correct, I don't know. I can't disprove.
But you admitted earlier that he did fake it. You said you should go ask him that, but you didn't know the answer why he did, and I agree with that. But sure, I mean the camera shows it clearly. But yeah,
my point is why was he hiding that he was vaping? Ask him that question, because I think I know the answer, and he's trying to hide it from somebody.
Me personally, I think my question was different than that. My question was why did he have to fake his breath? And that's the one you agreed on. And then you said that it's not only he actually faked his breath, he's actually hiding the vaping. And I agree with you on that part. And I could see maybe a relative or spouse or something. I could see that point. But my point was why did he have to fake the breath to begin with? and show that, hey, here's a breath now. So now what? That was the whole thing for me.
So my take is I don't think he was intending to, but I could be wrong. He may have been trying to fake it. So when you asked me the other day, was any of it faked? My answer is no, because I don't think he was trying to fake it. But if he was trying to fake it, then I will change my answer to the one thing that was faked was Austin, which is fine.
Which wouldn't be surprising because got a light of flurf.
Yeah.
So the fluff's telling the truth about the 24-hour sun, but lying about vaping.
Well, there was other people there to confirm it, luckily.
Like McToon here.
Yeah, so if you actually watch the video, he puffed on his vape before he started his live back up and let the vape out.
I don't know why you're here, Globby.
Okay.
Why are you here?
All right. So
obviously needs some.
You provide nothing.
So one of the two guys is either we bring you guys and bring Globy in here so he could help on McToons, or
Exactly.
it'd be even enough, because otherwise McToons is going to be overwhelmed.
Yeah, I think the one-on-one is fine. Globy and I, we can talk after.
All right.
Yeah.
So, well, Globy, did you have any questions?
No. I just saw.
Props to you, Dip, for bringing in Globy.
Yeah, I just saw you bring up Nathan and Angels, so I figured I'd request and see what happens.
Yeah, I'd like to keep it even. So if you guys want to,
I'll mute up.
Cordial, you guys can just mute up, and we could still keep it cordial.
Can we get to the globe proof? How about we just cut to the chase and get to the globe proof?
I'm sorry, mute up, Angels. Go ahead.
Okay,
Globby, I'll kick your ass off this. You think planes fly backwards?
Attitude indicators in a 757 use pendulous vanes to correct for banking errors. So what's a pendulous vane though? Let's at least establish that. Like, you guys know, have you guys ever seen that experiment where the physicist puts the air hose on the bike tire and holds it, and then the guy spins it this way and that way and it moves him around? Y'all remember that? So these pendulous vanes are a way to keep the gimbal rigid, because all the air flowing through them keeps the gimbal rigid. And you just stated that there's 4 of them, right, on each airplane, and that has nothing actually to do with the INS, the inertial navigation system that uses the SAGMAC effect. So those are 2 different functions, and I asked you to stick to the subject. You're proving real time that you can't actually talk about what I'm trying to talk to you about. Rigidity and strength. Remember that simple concept?
All right, I'll go back. I'll explain it again. Right, you ready? 757 uses optical gyroscopes. We do not have pendulous vanes.
They do not. Okay, so this site's wrong. Then you're right. This site's wrong.
Okay, good. All right. So, is that it? Are you done, Chris? Or you got more? Right. Dip, I think he might be done. I don't know.
Flat Smacking, are you done?
Well, yeah, I got proof right here that he's fucking lying. So, what is what it is? We can fucking take it. You can call it piece of shit by any other name. It's still a fucking piece of shit. Okay? Pretty straightforward.
Yeah. That's not talking about the 757.
Yeah, sure. That's the aircraft you were talking about. Oh, sorry. I'm muted.
Different aircraft there, buddy. All right. Awesome. Thanks, Chris.
Airplanes. Fly over a plane. It's pretty straightforward. It's in the flight dynamics, all mathematics. It's in the inertial navigation system, the up, down, and your azimuth. That's crazy. Your north, east, south system. Is that what they call it? Yeah, so everything's based on a plane. It's pathetic that you're still arguing this shit. Just straight shill vibes.
It's literally not on a plane. It's literally based on the Earth being a globe. So.
Yeah, but the plane is such a small particle on the surface of the Earth. It's just following the atmosphere of the Earth.
Okay, bud. Thank you for that.
I think Angels knows far more about pitch data and the fucking all the shit. But bottom line is, I tested you for the things that you were telling me. And a little bit of research that I did proved that you're a liar. There's 4 gyroscopes, which have pendulous vanes and intake of air to keep the gimbal rigid, and you're straight denying. And
Number one, they're not mechanical gyroscopes. Number two,
only thing,
things don't do that.
The only time you would need it is for your sag neck effect to get your bearing or your heading indicator, which I proved also. So you can keep begging the question. Fact is, you're full of shit.
Wow, that's not going well for you there. 1,175 people, Chris. Not a good look for you. But go ahead. Double down, triple down, quadruple down.
Chris, what do pendulous vanes do? Please describe.
It's the vanes that exist within the centerpiece of the gimbal. When the air's pushed through, it keeps the gimbal moving faster. It's pretty straightforward, right?
Nope,
that's not
incorrect.
Tell me
incorrect.
It adds more rigidity in space. That's what it's designed for.
It adds more rigidity in space.
Also incorrect.
Correct. Yes.
It multiplies the rigidity in space, guys.
When the gyro is knocked out of place,
correct,
back into place.
So for my
thank you. That was closer to correct there.
If you're gonna laugh, you don't even know. So what? Okay.
That was perfect. No. Well, let's continue with that, Angels, before you derail yourself.
All right. Well, I'm going to kick you because you're just talking over me.
There are pendulous vanes. When airflow is put through it, keeps the gimbal moving faster, which makes it stay rigid. It's pretty fucking straightforward. What do you guys not? How did we go wrong?
I've got a simple question to him.
Hey, Dip, are you letting them do this to your live?
You have to you have to stop over talking me. That's the thing, right? If I make a claim,
stop over talking me, but guys, please let's be cordial. No need to kick them. And hey, McGloby, you want to come back, man? Come back up. I'd like to have you be over here with McTunes. I'm just trying to mix it up a little bit, make it a little spicy. But we got to be cordial. We just got to give the fans. He's got 1,100 people watching or 1,200 people watching. So let's give him a little spice.
Dude, you got to control your moderators.
They're controlled. They're doing their job right.
No, they're not. You just admitted it.
You talked over them.
Okay.
Everybody's over talking Angels. Angel wants to finish, but again,
so a plane flying 500 miles per hour would have to adjust, like I said, for 2,700 feet of curve every minute, right? I want to ask Toon, did the plane relative to the horizon, right, when it flew in straight and level flight with a positive attitude in relation to the horizon, did it change altitude relative to the horizon?
Altitude is not relative to the horizon.
Relative to mean sea level, did the plane adjust for that? As it flew over the Earth, did it adjust for altitude in straight and level flight? Yes or no?
It didn't. It's an automatic part of the dynamics of flight.
And you say that they calibrate the gyroscope on the ground before taking off, right? That's when it's calibrated?
So one at a time. I don't know who's talking.
I'm just piggybacking. You said that they calibrate the gyroscope that they don't have on the ground, right?
Piggybacking is exactly the opposite of one at a time.
I'm piggybacking. I don't think
don't mute him or kick him at all. Don't.
Yeah, it's the opposite of one at a time is piggybacking. So so we can have some cordial conversation. Let's have one at a time. So if Chris is done, I'm happy to say thank you to Chris. And if Angel wants to talk, Dip, you pick who it is that I'm talking to, and so if you want Chris to be done and you want Angel to talk, then do that. Otherwise, go either way. But
in order to fly around a curve, right? So did you notice the horizon dipping down and away from the plane as you were flying 500 miles per hour?
There's no reason to expect that would happen.
There's absolutely a reason, because if you're saying horizon is not horizontal but curved, it should dip down and away from the plane 2,700 feet every minute.
That's not how the dynamics of flight works.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. You can keep saying that, but yes, it is.
I'll happily
the plane in reality.
You could just stop interrupting.
Just let me finish. The plane in reality.
So
I'm trying to finish my point.
The
plane in reality
cannot have a cordial conversation. I think he lacks the ability
Yeah, Andrew.
You made your point. Shush.
I think he lacks the ability to let me finish my point that I was making.
Yeah. Okay. So Mitchell, let him finish his points, and then you could elaborate with him. Can you?
The
Go ahead,
plane
Angel.
in reality flies with a positive attitude and angle of attack in relation to the horizon never dipped down and away from them because the Earth is not curving down and away from the plane. In order to fly around the globe, you need attitude or east or latitude.
Sorry, brother, you're cutting. You're cutting in and out. You gotta repeat the whole. You gotta repeat the whole transmission. The whole thing was cutting off. Sorry. You were chopped.
Can I try?
Did I hear you though correctly? Well, you got a second, Mick, You calibrate the gyroscope before taking off, right? Yeah, that's what I heard.
No, it's not what you heard.
Where do you calibrate it?
That's not what you heard.
You did say that. You absolutely did.
I'll be happy to elaborate if I'm allowed to.
What?
Will I be allowed to elaborate?
Yeah, what do they calibrate to? Right? What? Yes. What?
Will I be allowed to elaborate?
Yes, McTunes.
Oh,
yes.
I didn't say they calibrated. So
you did?
When the INS is turned on, the optical gyroscopes determine the latitude of the plane based on the rotation of the Earth. In Punta Arenas, it would have been about 53 degrees south latitude. That's what it's doing. It's determining its position in three-dimensional space and on the surface of the rotating Earth. The important part of it takes several minutes to happen.
The INS is
you did say that, and you're lying again.
He was almost done, guys. He was almost done. If you could let him finish.
I'm just calling him out on his lie.
No, could you let him finish? He was almost done.
No, because I'm not going to let someone sit here and lie.
Rip. He was almost done.
All right.
Because
a few minutes.
He's almost done.
He did say it because I text Chris.
1 minute. He was almost done. Rip.
No, hold on, though, for a second. He is still arguing the INS, which is the inertial navigation system, which is the heading indicator. You donut. Go ahead.
He did say it, and it doesn't matter. He doesn't have to say it because I'll show it.
All right, Dip, it's been great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you better run.
But it ended, the cordiality ended.
Liar.
So Dip, one at a time, Dip.
All right, Rip just walked in.
Everybody else gone.
All right.
These people lack the ability to have a cordial conversation. So Angel lacks that ability. And Chris has been embarrassed. So is there a third person maybe that you want to have?
All right, let's do it like this.
No, you're about to get embarrassed, all right?
Wait, let's do it like this. He's calling you guys out as all flat earthers. What he's saying right now, out of all people in here, who wants to go against him one-on-one? I'll drop everyone else. Who wants to go against him one-on-one?
Take him. Or let Rip take him right now. He's in the big box. We'll
You
drop.
want to go against Rip McTunes?
I'll request up again.
Perfect,
after.
Dip. That's all anybody's asking for because your moderators are running this live right now. So just let him go one-on-one.
Let's do it like that. Rip, are you ready?
One-on-one.
One-on-one. Are you ready?
I can mute up for you, McToon, if that is okay.
No, I'll drop everyone else. Let McTunes and Rip go along.
Drop everybody.
I do want. Yep.
All right, Chris. So Chris is gonna go ahead and mute. If that's okay with you, or you want me to drop him too? McTunes.
Me, somebody else, Dip, 3 people. So as soon as there's 3 people, then
Rip, are you ready?
I see 5.
All right, got you. Rip, are you ready?
Yeah, let's get it.
All right.
So you did say that, McToon, and I actually texted Chris right when you said it. So you guys could discuss this because they calibrate the attitude indicator before takeoff while they're on the ground by aligning it with the natural horizon. Also, when the plane is 40,000 feet up in the air,
it's still aligned to the natural horizon, which proves that the attitude indicator with the artificial horizon is lined up to the natural horizon, which proves the horizon rises to eye level at 40,000 feet. And you can say your 757 doesn't have a mechanical gyroscope, but let's take it to the SR-71 Blackbird, which flies at 85,000 feet. That does utilize a mechanical gyroscope because they were made, when, in the 60s or something like that? So at 85,000 feet, which this flies, the artificial horizon on the attitude indicator is lined up to the natural horizon we observe in real life. So I don't care about your whatever gyroscope was on your 757 that flew over a plane. Also, like they were talking about flight dynamics, there's a flat Earth, zero curvature, and a non-rotating Earth.
All right, you done? All right, Dip. That's the last interruption, okay? I get to talk. I didn't say anything, okay?
Wait, there was no one interrupting you. It was just you and him. Who interrupted you?
Exactly, yeah, nobody did.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, he's going to interrupt me, and then we're done.
All right. Okay. So, Rip, he didn't interrupt you. He let you speak all of it till you got done, right? You want to give him the same courtesy, please?
Go for it.
All right. The document you showed at the end is I've read all of those from Nathan Roberts and Dean Odell. I have them on my website, mctoon.net/govdocs. The one that you showed also mentions that there is that airplanes are rigid, which they're not, and that airplanes don't change in mass, which they do. And probably, if I remember correctly, it also says that there's no wind, which of course exists. These are engineering documents. Engineering documents list their simplifying assumptions. The simplifying assumptions are things that are not true, but they're left out so that future engineers, and they're stated so that future engineers know if they need to include those things in their documentation, in their engineering, they need to do it. So the fact that it says that they did not include the rotation of the Earth or the curve of the Earth or wind or mass of the plane or rigid air wings is because those things do exist and future engineers must take them into account if they need to. Number two, the optical gyroscope on the 757, you weren't reading the manual for the 757. You were reading, I don't know, a Google search or something like that. So it doesn't apply specifically to the plane. You'd want to pull up the 757 documentation on how to actually apply the INS in that airplane. Similarly, the 757, the SR-71 would have a mechanical gyroscope, and there's things that mechanical gyroscopes have in order to deal with the rigidity in space and the variation of the vertical vector over time. And like Chris was saying, pendulous vanes is the answer to that. But Chris got it completely wrong. Pendulous vanes don't keep the rigidity in space. What pendulous vanes do is when you vary your latitude, therefore you vary the vertical vector, then the pendulous vane swings out of the way to push that gyroscope back to vertical. And so it actually is dealing with the rigidity in space and varying its orientation based on the new vertical vector that's constantly changing over time. There you go.
All right, well, that's fine. But gyroscopes, mechanical gyroscopes, didn't always have pendulous vanes. And I'm trying to figure out, how do you explain the attitude indicator that they line up to the actual horizon that shows you the artificial horizon, how it stays relative to the actual horizon at 85,000 feet in the air? If the horizon, if we live on a curved surface and it's a sphere, the horizon should be dipping away, right? But they calibrate it on the ground, and somehow 85,000 feet up in the air, it still lines up with the horizon that we see.
Well, we can test that. right now, let's see, just give me a second here. All right. So I have here a photograph of an airplane, artificial horizon at 46,000 feet. So you can see that line right here. Here, I'll show you with this. This line right here, that's the artificial horizon, that line there. This is the real horizon down here below it. So you can see there's a gap between the artificial horizon and the real horizon. And there's actual marks here, so you can measure the angle of the dip. And right there, showing you, it's a little blurry. Come on, that's 46,000 feet is what it's showing. So, and by the way, it's curved. So anyway, yeah, the horizon did not rise to eye level on this particular.
So you're saying you would see left or right curvature from 46,000 feet?
Yeah, this is showing it right here.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Nice try. What is that? That's taken with a phone?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So how do you know that plane wasn't pitched or banked a certain way, whatever angle that was taken at?
Yeah. What was the attitude?
It shows it right here. This is the attitude indicator right there. It's not pitching. It's not banking. But banking wouldn't change the curve.
So who took the picture?
This was taken by Wolfie 6020.
Oh, okay. So Wolfie 6020 took that picture. He also did a sunset time lapse that changed in angular size as well. I got
So different topic. Glad to talk.
I'm just saying I don't trust anything from Wolfie 6020 on YouTube.
I don't care if you trust.
I know I don't trust a picture from Wolfie 6020 cell phone. The attitude indicator objectively is calibrated on the ground. And when you're up 40,000 feet or 85,000 feet, the attitude indicator, that's what pilots use when they're flying planes with people in them. So I think that's more important than Wolfie 6020's picture with fake curvature. Anyways, because you can't see left or right curvature from 46,000 feet. But anyways, you're deflecting and showing a picture of a cell phone from Wolfie 6020 when objectively attitude indicate. Wait, I didn't interrupt you. I'll let you say show your garbage ass picture. But anyways, Wolfie 6020, right? You got a picture from a cell phone. Attitude indicators are on a plane. Pilots use them every day. So when I asked how at 85,000 feet, the artificial horizon is still lined up with the actual horizon, you show me a picture from Wolfie 6020.
Yep, where the artificial horizon and the real horizon do not match.
Okay, so on airplanes, the attitude indicator that are calibrated on the ground line up with the actual horizon. Do I have to bring up something else for you to see? Here, 1 second.
Here's another one. This is bottom of the screen. Here, look at that. Same thing. Same amount. You got, look at that. The artificial horizon and the actual horizon did not line up. Isn't that cool?
Cool. So key points about aligning the attitude indicator. Why it's important. The attitude indicator provides critical information about the aircraft's pitch or roll relative to the horizon. So it needs to be accurately aligned to how they align it. They visually reference the natural horizon and use the adjustment knob to the attitude indicator to move it to match the horizon line. It's typically done while on the ground. So they calibrate it when they're on the ground to the actual horizon, and it always stays relative to the actual horizon that we see. The artificial horizon on the attitude indicator stays relative to the actual horizon. It's also called straight and level flight. So that's what they call it. It's chapter 3 of the aviation handbook from FAA. So they also use the wings of the plane as well in reference to the actual horizon to maintain straight and level flight. But they use the attitude indicator for when it's cloudy or the weather conditions when you can't see the actual horizon. But also when a pilot's in the plane, in the cockpit, and it's flying with the nose slightly pitched up, 2.5, 3 degrees pitched up, you can still look out the window and see the horizon even with the plane pitched up. So how are you pitched up and you look out the window of the cockpit and you still see the horizon, but it's supposed to be curving down and away? So the attitude indicator that's calibrated on the ground and always stays relative to the actual horizon, artificial horizon, shows the Earth isn't curving down and away. And also, with the plane slightly pitched up, when you're sitting in the cockpit, you can look out and see the horizon. Right there at your eye level. It's not curving down and away. So.
All right. Well, you notice that you made a bunch of claims, and I showed an actual photograph from an actual plane with the artificial horizon through the HUD, showing that the horizon did not rise to eye level. It, in fact, differed from it.
Okay, so the attitude indicators that are calibrated on the ground, they just do that for no reason. So when they go up and the artificial horizon lines up exactly with the actual horizon, and when the plane is pitched up 2 or 3 degrees, it shows you that the plane is exactly pitched up 3 degrees to the artificial horizon and the actual horizon. Doesn't work on a globe. Sorry.
Yeah, it totally works. This is the globe prediction right here.
Oh, cool. I don't care. You want me to bring up Wolfie 60, whatever his name is, picture or video, the sun changing in angular size that proves it's local? Since you want to bring up Wolfie 6020's pictures.
Sweet deflection there. Anyway, this is what
this is a deflection. You're bringing up a picture from somebody. I don't know what the hell that's from. The attitude indicator objectively, and anybody could go look into it themselves, is calibrated. I have to say it for a third time, and it still don't get through your skull. It's calibrated on the ground, and it stays in the relative to the actual horizon, the artificial horizon, no matter what altitude you're at. So
obviously not. Obviously, there's a dip here, right here.
Why didn't you do that on your flight to Antarctica? Oh, speaking of, can I see your passport stamp for Chile?
My passport stamp in Chile?
Yeah, let's see your passport stamp.
Oh yeah, all right, I can do that for Chile. There's no passport control in Antarctica.
Yeah, that's why I said Chile.
Yep. All right, just a second.
By the way, guys, above McToon's, you could see there's a vote poll. If you can vote who's winning the debate, it's 50-50 the last time I looked at it between the two. 62, 66, 70.
There you go. Let me get a little more.
Oh, look at the globe side is winning right now. Flipped. Yo. All right, Flat Earthers, go vote.
See that? 10 December 24. There you go.
So we went from 70% Flat Earther winning to now 42% Flat Earth and 58% globe so far.
Rock on.
Do we have that many globies in here?
Apparently. Awesome. Thanks, everybody.
Cheers for you, I guess, huh? Flat Earthers, did you all vote?
So how many are watching on, what's the number watching on your screen?
300.
292. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Awesome. All right. Anything else?
It's 43, 56.
Do we want to talk about the experiments that we did in Punta Arenas and in Antarctica? Because those were pretty cool.
If you want to bring up Wolfie 6020, we could talk about the sun changing in angular size. Since I have a...
Oh, here. In fact, we did test the angular size of the sun while we were there. So I'm glad to talk about the angular size of the sun. Give me a second here. I'll grab it. Because that was one of our experiments that we did while we were there. And so what I did is I calculated the globe predicted angular size change, which is 0, and the flat Earth predicted angular size change, which is significantly more than 0. And I can bring up the exact numbers. Give me a second here.
Yeah, so you admit though with the globe predicting angular size, it should be 0, right?
Yeah. So I'll be specific. The angular width should not change. Now, when it's really close to the horizon, you will get vertical compression. That's predicted on the globe. So there it is. Okay. So here we have on my website, I'll show you here. mc2.net/TFE-experiments. The angular, I mean, if you want to leave it small, I guess, if you want, but angular width of the sun in Punta Arenas and Antarctica. The globe prediction, the angular width varies by only 0.02 of a degree. You see, I'm talking width here. It's important to keep width in mind. The flat prediction, the angular width varies by 2 to 4 times throughout the day, depending on your location and time of year. So what I did is I took a photograph of the sun at local solar noon in Punta Arenas, and I used the straight line distance from the sun, from the observer to the sun at 5,000 kilometers high. Now I use 5,000 kilometers because that's the elevation of the sun that I measured myself using flat Earth geometry in Minneapolis on the equinoxes. Both equinoxes gave me the same elevation of the sun, postulating flat Earth. So then I did measure that the sun was 0.5 degrees. This was my prediction for what the size of the sun would be at local solar noon. And then 6 hours earlier / 6 hours later, the sun is 90 degrees around the circle, right? And we're really close to the solstice, so it's very close to the Tropic of Capricorn. So the variation, I'll skip over all of the math, but 6 hours before and after, the sun must be for flat Earth, 15.6 degrees in, that's not the number. There it is. There's the sun must be 0.14 degrees. I have all the math on my website here if you want to go through it and see if it's wrong. You feel free to correct me. Contact information is on the website. But the flat Earth predicts that the sun 6 hours later would be 0.14 degrees in angular width. In fact, I measured it to be the same. It was 0.5. So flat Earth did not work well applying geometry of flat Earth. It completely failed. So there's what for
the record, if I may interrupt, the poll came in. It's 43 flat Earth and 56 point something globe. The globe wins.
All right. We're used to it. It got to be fair.
Yeah. You're used to fakery.
Right.
Well, considering the difference in percentage of globers to flat earthers, I mean, that's not actually that bad. I'm sure there's a bunch more globe heads in the.
I agree with you.
So, McToon, how long you been doing this for? On social media?
6 years.
Yeah, I haven't even been on TikTok for a year or a flat earther for even a year. So I'll take 40-something% for a new flat earther. That's pretty decent. You're a lifetime globe defender. Anyways, but do you have a time lapse of the sun or anything with the solar filter that shows the change or not change in angular size?
In fact, I do. I'm glad you asked. I'm looking it up right now. So I did it for Dave McKeegan because he took 1,300 photographs of the sun. Let's see, one every minute. So pretty cool. He sent them to me, and then in the Santiago airport, I put together a time lapse of it. So I'm just looking. I've got a lot of data. Trying to find where did I park it.
All right. While you're finding that, since you brought up Wolfie 6020, I'll just show this real quick because this is wherever my picture went. This is a time lapse he did, sunset time lapse with the without solar filter. I got it from Gotta Light a Flares page, but it says there, credit to Wolfie 6020. So in 43 minutes, his sun changed 40 or 24% in diameter.
In height or width?
Both.
Both. Really? Can you see the sunspots?
I mean, it's a time lapse, so if you zoom in far enough to see the sunspots,
Time lapse doesn't change your ability to see sunspots.
Yeah, but it won't stay in the frame of the camera.
Just pause it and zoom in. Do you see sunspots?
What does the sunspots have to do with anything?
Well, if you can see sunspots, then it's properly exposed. If it's not properly exposed, then it doesn't matter.
Well, it's angular size, right? Because look at the size of the sun.
Yeah, so the reason why is because you can't determine angular size correctly if you can't get the exposure set correctly.
Okay, so you just pull up Wolfie 6020's picture from an airplane and are banking on that and winning a poll because of a picture you showed, but now his exposure isn't right on his time lapse. So he's good for something, but not everything, I guess, huh?
I'm just explaining to you.
Well, if his exposure was wrong on this time lapse, then maybe his picture that he took that you showed wasn't accurate either.
No, his picture was pretty good. All right, so let me show you here. So here are two photos. One is from the very beginning of the time. Let me clean off my lens there. So you can see this is from Dave McKeegan, and it's a little difficult to see, especially when I'm just the little one there. But you can see on this one, sunspots. I don't know if it's coming through, but there are sunspots in the top left there. A little bit sunspots. So this is the first photo that he had in the sequence of 1,300 or 12 or 1,300 photos. And this one is right in the middle of that sequence there. And so you can see the sunspots there as well. And those two are the same size. So this angular size of the sun did not vary over the course of 12 hours.
Do you have his exposure settings and everything like that?
Sure. It's all there. Here, I'll show you. So here's the EXIF information. All that. I don't know, you might want to make a bigger screen to see it. But there it is. He posted this, the raw photos, which is what I'm looking at. The raw photos he posted in the link to his video, in the description of his video, so you can download the very same photo that I'm looking at right now. So you can see here, you got the max aperture value. You've got the lens ID, right? The Sony E150 to 500 millimeter f5.0 to 6.7 lens. You've got the exposure time. You've got all the stuff, all the good stuff, everything you need, everything you asked for there. You got the focal length there, 500, so it's zoomed in all the way. You got the f-stop, 5.6. So there you go. Set the ISO set to 200. Anything else?
What were the time difference or the times of those pictures?
What are the times? So this one here was taken right about midnight Chilean time, I think. Oh no, this was probably about 10 p.m. Chilean time.
Wait, was this in Chile or Antarctica?
It's in Antarctica, but we used Chilean time while we were there.
So just whether or not whatever in Antarctica, if there is a 24-hour sun, whatever videos you guys showed, there was literally zero light attenuation or nothing at all. So I don't know what the hell was going on, but without light attenuation or whatever I don't know how a sun set or the sun actually doesn't set, apparently. So that's weird. I don't know,
So how much do you think it should attenuate?
How much should it attenuate?
Yeah, how much do you think it should?
I mean, I don't know. There should be at least some light attenuation. I don't know. If it's getting closer and further from the horizon, getting closer and further away.
Well, the distance isn't changing by very much. What is changing, though, is how the angle, and the angle changing varies how much of the atmosphere it goes through. So when it's lower in the sky, it's going through more of the atmosphere, plus the incident angle to the ground is significantly less. So you're getting the same amount of light energy hitting a larger area of the ground in the at 2:30 a.m., which is local solar midnight. So there's a lot less light energy hitting the ground. It's reflecting, but when you're hitting surfaces and things like that. So during the day, like the first day we got there, it was above 20. That night, it got down to maybe 12, 13 degrees. And then the next day, again, it was in the 20s. So even though the sun didn't set, it did vary in temperature. So the intensity was a thing.
All right. So you did admit that for flat Earth or for the globe, the sun shouldn't change in angular size at all. Really, it's pretty much negligible.
The measurement that we got, there was no measurable difference in the angular size of the sun.
Well, how come it's testable, observable, and repeatable that the sun does change in angular size?
Well, it's not when you have proper methodology. And so when I was mentioning that you want to see the sunspots, like I showed you on the picture there, you need to see sunspots in order to have a proper exposure. If you don't see sunspots, then you're going to have the possibility of having glare change how much of the sun you're seeing. It looks bigger. And so you can test this yourself. You can go outside at night. You can take a picture of a light outside, and you can see that there's a large area around the light that's totally blowing out the sensor. Then you go later and during the day, you take a picture of that same thing, and you'll see, well, the light is only this big, but the glare was this big at night. So you need to have that correctly. This is almost done. You can tell if the exposure is set correctly for a photo of the sun if you can see sunspots.
So if there's no glare in the picture, I mean, would the exposure be good enough without glare?
If sunspots.
Like I said, this is Wolfie 6020. This is your boy's sunset time lapse. So did he do this wrong?
I don't know. I can't see any sunspots there. The video is way too small.
I mean, look how would you see sunspots with, the sun not zoomed in?
So definitely a challenge there. I wouldn't be getting too excited about how much it's varying there because you can't determine whether or not you're seeing sunspots.
So why do Globers post these videos and act like it's proof of something when they're really debunking that the sun is 93 million miles away?
Well, no, what it does, and I'll explain it here. When you apply the geometry necessary for flat Earth, like I showed you, you can go over all the geometry yourself, and if I got it wrong, please correct me. I've asked several times flat Earthers to correct me for that. None have, so I think it's probably right. Anyway, the sun in Punta Arenas must vary from half a degree, 0.5, right, to 0.14 degrees according to flat Earth geometry. But it did not over the course of just 6 hours. And so when Wolfie's showing that video there, I would say probably what he's doing is he's showing that for flat Earth, it must vary by a really large amount.
Well, this was only 43 minutes. So
yeah, I'm waiting for the timestamp from your second video. I'm gonna screen capture it.
This was only 4 minutes, and like I said, testable, observable.
Was it a time lapse though?
The sun changing in angular size this much is only exclusive to a local sun. It's not exclusive to your globe model. And like I said, testable, observable.
Awesome. Let's go over the math. Bring up the math.
So here's another one. Average Glober.
Your second picture.
I think your boy Average Glober was just in here. If he's still not in here, but his changed 20%. I mean, Globers are.
He's here. He's here.
Yeah, Globers are showing the sun change in angular size all the time.
Let's see the video there, and can we see the sunspots?
Well, I'm just waiting for your time to establish the time. I got the time for the first one. Can you go back to the time for the second one?
The ones I was showing? Okay.
Yeah, just leave the time.
on the second one. Okay, hold on.
So is the sun changing in angular size by up to 40%? Like, does that work on a globe?
But like I said, you didn't establish the methodology. So
No, I mean, you're just saying you have to see sunspots in order to measure the sun, but you don't have to zoom in to see sunspots to measure anything. You could just take a time lapse with the solar filter and see the sun change in angular size. You're moving the goalpost.
I'm not moving the goalposts. It's always been my position that you need to show the angle, you need to show the sunspots, or it's not correctly exposed. So no goalpost moving there. All right, are you getting the time on this one? I don't know where. Yeah, there's the time here. There you go. So this is set to UTC, and I think Dave said that his camera.
Okay, so you had.
Hey, Peter Markley, why don't you come on up? Come on up here, Markley.
So for clarity, Dave mentioned that his camera wasn't set exactly to UTC.
You just said that there was a 6-hour spread. I count only 2 hours. Crazy.
All right, come on up here, Markley.
Yeah, did you say 6 hours?
Oh, hold on. Here we go. Photo number 1. You see the time there?
7:36, and then 10:30. Is that 6 hours, McToon?
Well, it's not 6 hours. Yeah.
No, it's not. Cool.
So, here, I'll show you what I did. I simply just do I have it here? Oh, I don't even have it up anymore. I just scrolled through partway through the folder and went one to the other. That's all that I was doing. So don't quote me on the exact time.
Everything goes a liar. That's what I'm doing. Thank you. I got another question though. That picture that you were showing, that alleged picture from the airplane, how come it didn't have a pitch angle? And how come you stated it was taken with a camera phone, which you can easily put above the HUD and fake all that fucking nonsense?
Well, if you think it's fake, then go get a photograph of a HUD.
I got your photograph, McToon. Show me the pitch angle on this, please.
I was in the middle of talking.
Yeah, I got your photograph. Where's the pitch angle? Is it just is it not showing up here? Surprise, surprise. Where's the pitch angle, bro? And did you say that it was with a camera phone? So you could easily put the camera phone relative to the pilot's position above the HUD and fakery bakery this, right? Yeah.
So to be clear, your rebuttal to this is no.
I'm asking you where the pitch angle is that is always on every single HUD. Do you have one there demonstrated?
That's what I was trying to figure out myself.
Yeah, where is the pitch angle, bro? Answer the question, McToon. You don't have an answer. Good job.
So McToon's, what he's saying is, according to the attitude indicator, it shows that you're actually flat level. There is no pitch whatsoever, which we can back that up with the data that Angel has showed you.
No, what I'm actually saying is, relative to the pilot who would be sitting there, the horizon would be level. Because the camera is above that, he's using camera tricks to invoke some sort of curvature that doesn't exist. Then he also removes the pitch angle. Where's the pitch angle, McToon? Just non-existent. This is your photograph. Where's the pitch angle? Crickets? That's what I fucking thought, bro. Good job.
Yeah, because on the attitude indicator, it shows you that. It shows you how much you're pitched relative to the artificial horizon that lines up with the actual horizon.
Yeah, that's what that's all I'm asking. What's the pitch of the plane? It's not indicated. Crazy. No. On the HUD. Crazy.
No. Here, put me big. You want to do it a big screen there so you can see?
Yeah. Let's see it.
All right. Here's the artificial horizon. Right. You see this little right up here with the W?
What's the pitch angle?
There it is.
Should be indicated on your HUD.
Oh my God. No. You're welcome.
Welcome for what? We're waiting.
We're waiting on the answer, buddy. Where's the pitch?
Where's the fucking pitch, McToon? You're pointing at the crosshair, the center crosshair. Bro, give me a break. Fucking fell off right there, didn't you?
Oh my goodness.
I think he's pointing to where the nose of the aircraft is pointing, the W above the line.
Please point out to the pitch angle that's indicated that
you're expecting a numeric reading of it. Is that what you're asking?
That's what's happening. That's what happens on HUD. Crazy.
You're an expert on HUD.
Or sometimes it might just show a line, like in this case.
Okay, so there's no pitch angle. Good job. Sus as fuck. Next.
So, to review, your response is no. Right?
I'm questioning where the pitch angle is. You already established yourself it was taken from a camera, and you can simply alter the camera, reference the pilot's position above the HUD, and bakery the image. But where's the pitch angle? That's what I'm really wondering. Why are you misleading everyone in your chat, everyone in Dip's chat, and you can't even provide a pitch angle? That's strange.
For reference, this is how evidence works. So
like evidence, navigation reference, or a gimbal. And another thing, did you say that planes fly?
My turn to talk. Thank you. Here's how it works in a debate. Somebody presents evidence, then the other person looks at that evidence, and if they think it's fake, then it's on them to prove that it's fake. Or if they can't do that, then it would be on them to provide evidence to the contrary. So far, you have said, I don't like that it's fake, but didn't prove that it's fake. So
I'm proving that you're misrepresenting your data and not even showing a pitch angle, bro. Grow up. Where's the pitch angle?
I did show that.
Where's the pitch angle? That's it. Just show us the pitch angle. You didn't show it. You showed us a W, a crosshair. Where's the pitch angle?
You want the numerical value of it? It's not.
Okay, just put a quick smile face if there's a pitch angle, crybaby face, Glover.
That W is the pitch angle, Chris. I don't know why you're whining.
That's the crosshair.
He wants a numeric one. It's not the crosshair. You're just wrong about that.
It's the W.
The crosshair is literally below it.
Oh, so the pitch is above the HUD?
Yeah, because the angle of attack is positive.
So here's
interesting. So the plane is
the crosshair is not centered; it's up. That's a positive pitch. So thanks.
No, that's a begging the question fallacy.
Very slightly below. See that little difference?
So
are you saying he took the pitch angle with his nose down?
Here's how this works, and this is what I was trying to explain. You see this right here? This is your artificial horizon. You see that artificial horizon? See how it's banked that way? That lines up with your actual horizon, that when you look out of the plane, even with the plane slightly pitched up, you can see it. You can look out of the cockpit of the plane, and where's the horizon, even with the plane slightly pitched up? Because this artificial horizon is calibrated to match this horizon at ground level. And I believe this is at 38,000 feet.
Not to be confused with the INS.
At 38,000 feet, this artificial horizon is lined up with the actual horizon, calibrated on the ground to line up. And even no matter how high you go up, 40,000 feet, 85,000 feet, even with the plane slightly pitched up, you could still look out and see the horizon. And you show some picture from a cell phone. This is objective. I don't care. Anyone could go, if you've never been in a plane, if you're not a pilot, and watch these whole videos of these flights, right? And look for themselves that this stays pitched up, never changes, and you could look out and see the horizon right from the cockpit of the plane, eye level. Doesn't curve down in a way. This proves it. The gyroscope that maintains its rigidity in space proves it. Flight dynamics prove it.
All right, you done?
I was going to say to him, if he wants, actually, Rip, you could go to my page and you'll find a video. It's not too far down on this main channel. It's the X-15. And it's launched by the U.S., either by NASA or the U.S. government. And it flies literally 317,000 feet. And you could see the horizon flat because they forgot to edit that one.
Okay, so I remember when you were defending, you said, I read through the manuals and it's got it's rigid. rigid, and it's got a constant mass. You remember saying that, Mick? What do you think the rigid means? Is that the gyroscope is rigid to the fuselage?
No, it means
that what that means?
No, it means that the wings don't flex. That's what that means in that?
That's not specifically the context. The context, rigid, is referring.
Chris, you clearly don't know anything about the context.
Dig that hole. Dig that hole, Chris.
Yeah. Tell me more, buddy.
Hey, Toon, should I stay here? Because I feel like this level of chaos is kind of sensitive, and I'm not sure if I'm adding chaos.
Kind of sensitive, bro.
You can get out of here if you want, Peter. This is a shit show.
Yeah, Peter, you can go if you want, bud. But I think it's not too bad.
In fact, later, buddy.
I love shit shows.
Yeah,
Peter and Wolby. I'll wrap up here and then I'll do a live on mine, and we can have a little chuckle afterwards. So,
all right.
Yo, you ever flew? Anybody in the chat?
Can I?
W, if you ever flew on a floppy plane before?
Hey, can I show a video that explains what everyone was just arguing about by a pilot?
Right, pilot?
Yeah. I don't know if I can show it without Angels kicking me and muting me, because he's been doing that from the chat for the last 5 minutes.
Now. He kicked you.
Can I show it on the big screen?
You don't care about the fucking video for a second. Let's talk about it. Okay.
Chris, you want to be proven wrong on your last statement?
Don't let him play it. Don't let Globy play it. It'll ruin your whole day.
Let's talk about what you said. It's rigid. Rigid in regards to rigidity in space.
No,
rigid fuselage. Because first and foremost, that there's like flappers. What do you call them on a plane? So obviously the planes are independent of the fuselage, right? Flappers. No, it's called a rudder, something like a rudder. Yeah, the things that flap and move. Right?
God. Wings.
Okay.
Can you name a non-rigid plane?
Yeah, rigid.
Can you name a non?
Specifically refers to the rigidity in space of the gyroscope.
Oh no!
And I don't know why they're arguing. The plane doesn't adjust for curvature. Remember? I don't know. Like, it doesn't adjust for drop. It doesn't adjust for curvature. Why are we talking about? They've already conceded it's flat. So
they still couldn't answer how come that the artificial horizon on the attitude indicator that's calibrated to the actual horizon always stays relative to the actual.
It's calibrated on the ground. It's not. Yeah, it doesn't stay level with the ground when you reach altitude. You just literally explained it yourself.
All right.
I said that it calibrates in the air.
All right, you guys are just circle jerking yourselves now. Okay, you all just yell.
I'm not gonna let you run away from that and just show a picture, bro.
I'll gladly talk to it if you don't interrupt me.
Toon, can you answer this simple question first, right?
No, you won't.
No, Angels, no.
Angel, you won't let me.
Did the plane adjust for curvature?
None of you will let me answer. That's the problem.
Did the plane adjust for yesterday you told me the plane doesn't adjust.
None of you will let me answer.
Angel, you fucking dog. Shut the fuck up, Angel.
You can't handle the answer.
This guy's bad as fuck.
Yeah.
So
I'll happily answer all these questions if you will allow me to answer them. If you won't allow me, then that's I understand, because it's
you just showed a picture.
One at a time, guys.
No pitch angle. That was good.
I would like to show him the video. I'll drop after I show the video. I just wanted to show that.
He wants to see our math, but doesn't want to show a little number. That's. So, Toon, did the plane adjust for curvature? Yes or no?
Automatically. Yep. Flight dynamics do that.
Automatically. But it didn't show up on that.
Flight dynamics adjust for curvature when they say right in the flight dynamics summary that they assume a flat Earth with zero curvature.
No, they don't.
And is not rotating.
Yes, it did.
No, that's not
right in flight dynamics summary.
The FAA trains pilots to assume a flat, non-rotating Earth and to ignore gravity vector. Yes, they absolutely do. They in the documents. The TGF simulation, which is a simulation they use, ignores gravity vector and it treats the Earth as flat and stationary. So I don't care what you say. The FAA trains pilots to assume that. So it's pretty funny because they have to treat the Earth exactly how the Earth actually is, right? You said yourself the plane doesn't adjust for curvature. So what's the pendulous vanes adjusting for if it's not adjusting for curvature?
This has not been a cordial conversation. They're demanding that I answer things, and then they
you say that every time you get
Yo, we don't care about the pity party.
You say that every time you lose. Every time you lose,
fucking cry.
Every time he loses, that's what he says.
Dip, how come you can't have your cordial conversation be a cordial conversation? What's going on?
Can you explain to me?
Why don't you let the cordial conversation be a cordial conversation? You promised me your word. You gave me your word that it would be a cordial conversation. They're demanding that I answer a question, and then they won't answer the question
until you start whining and lying.
Will you let me answer the question, or will you prevent me?
Stop acting tough now. You just got destroyed.
We caught him lying. We caught him with his.
How many people do you need to dogpile to show that you have nothing? That you're also scared of the answer, you won't let me talk. How many people?
I gotta agree and give McToons this point. You guys gotta give him that, because look, he's only one by himself in here, and I know we got McGloby face in here, but the point is we shouldn't be like talking over him, because if you want him to drown himself, let him speak. Right?
Did I not let him speak the whole time?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did, and so did Chris. But at some points, he's sometimes getting spoken over. So please, let's just give him a little bit.
Please answer my question.
I'm
Plain
trying to be polite,
yes or no.
I have some answers and questions for you still.
All right, so let's give a chance for Common Sense and McToons. McToons, is it okay if he asks you a few questions?
No.
No?
There's already 10 pending questions.
Go ahead.
Well, then can I answer your questions for you?
No.
Seeing as you're not telling the truth about them?
No, wait.
This is it. That's it. We're done. We're done. You can.
Yeah.
Go ahead and answer.
What's going to happen, Dip?
We don't need you. We don't need you.
I do have one last question, for real. You have to answer it before you go. It's about the 24-hour experiment.
Talk, guys. Why won't you let me talk? Because you know I will destroy you.
Okay, just find me.
You've lost the script, Dip.
On this question, bro. Why did I see your video?
Stop talking over me.
Around
I will happily answer all the questions that you demanded that I answer. You just have to let me do it, but you won't let me do it because you're scared of the answer. Got it.
You're scared, Tense.
If you can't handle the answer, then you need to kick me out. Please kick me out if you can't handle the answer.
No, I got a real question. I need the answer for.
Let me talk. If you can't handle the answer.
Are you a fuzzy? Are you a fuzzy?
Are you a furry? Do you wear furries too?
Are you a furry?
I got a question.
You can't handle the answer. Continue to interrupt me if you can't handle the answer.
God, I'm just asking a question.
You have to
It's
count
about the 24-hour thunder.
when you put on your furry suit.
Wait, when you jump up in your furry costume, do you have to account for Coriolis?
Yeah. Zero integrity from you, Dib.
Yeah,
you said cordial.
All right. So
I tried to say cordial.
The whole conversation was cordial, and I'm not gonna lie about that. Now it did get a little spicy back and forth, and this is what's been happening. No one disagreeing on that. But you trying to run off because of the fact that you're not answering questions one. Okay. There we go. So I ended that one. They certainly had no interest in letting me talk. So TikTok going away is a good thing. So, all right, let me get these out of here. So they were deathly scared to allow me to answer.
A few months ago,
a second.
Clean everything up.
All right, I think I can go live here. No, that's not what I want. There we go. Live. So I'm going to go live on TikTok, and we'll let a few people come in. I'll pull up the live here in a minute. So yeah, it was definitely terrible. They know they can't address the topic, and so they know that there's only one way to deal with it if they can't address the topic, and that is to talk over me, right? They have to talk over me. So here's what, so I will answer the questions that they were pretending to want to hear, but let me get these things up here. Okay. So I'm not super familiar with TikTok here, so let me see here. I'll get Peter, and Globy and others if you want. So let me know. So here I will answer the questions that they were pretending to want to hear the answers to, but were too scared to let me hear the answer to. So flight dynamics automatically deals with the vector of the plane, right? They don't understand that. A plane, when it goes from one portion to another portion where the curve of the Earth has changed, flight dynamics causes that plane to change its orientation automatically. So when they're like, well, you didn't dip the nose. Of course you didn't dip the nose. It's all done automatically. And it really shows their lack of understanding of geometry when they're like, well, how come, over the course of a whatever amount of time, they'd have to drop in elevation by this amount. Well, that's not how it works over a spherical surface. The elevation is constant. It's the orientation. So when you look at they say the dip angle, the variation changes. And it was very telling when I showed them. I literally showed them on an artificial horizon, not where the horizon didn't match the real horizon. They're like, nuh-uh. And then they read some stuff, but didn't actually show some planes at 35,000 feet, whether or not the horizon matched and rose to eye level. So they didn't have that. All they had was, it doesn't. That's all they had. They didn't have any real information. So, okay. Globy, how you doing?
Yo.
All right, I'm going to...
I gotta hear myself.
Just a second here.
I gotta hear myself.
Just a second here. Okay. You should. Okay. They can hear you talking now.
All right.
I hear myself
though.
You do?
That's awful.
Well, I suppose my phone would. Is it just feedback on my phone?
Oh, no, I see spin says echo. I try to rejoin.
I know why. Hold on. There we go. That's why. I had the wrong audio coming through. So yeah, they definitely were dumb, and they knew that they were dumb, right? They knew that they didn't have anything, and that's why they wouldn't let me talk. So I find it, it's telling when they won't let me talk. Okay, can you?
That doesn't sound good.
It still doesn't sound good?
No.
Really? Weird. It's called filibustering.
My favorite was how you destroyed Rick to the point where he got sad. You can see him get sad.
Yeah.
And then once his friends came in, he all perked up. And he's like, oh, that's what I was saying.
Tag in. They're still saying echo.
Yeah, I'm echoing.
I don't know how you're echoing.
I'm gonna
mute.
Well, all right. I might. It's only him, they say. All right. Well, I don't know. Globy, I need you back. With some good commentary. They think it's you. Maybe? I don't know.
Better.
So, well, I don't hear you the air sound. So, Brenda says that I sound good and you don't. It's all you.
All me.
I don't know. So, this is the setting I had while I was doing the live stream. So.
Me too.
All right.
Shit.
Hey, watch your mouth. There's ladies present. Where'd Peter Markley go? He was kicking around. So So yeah, they definitely didn't want to actually talk about Antarctica, and the undeniable fact that we went. All they have is their typical response of "nuh-uh" to us going. If they had, anybody is invited. In fact, they can all go next year. They could still go this year. It might take a little bit of time to collect the money. Being that none of them are employable, it might be even more difficult. But if they wanted to go next year, they could start fundraising for next year because they've said that they want to go. So, all right, we got a couple people. We'll see if others have the same audio issues. Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike. I hear you. Am I echoing? I didn't hear anybody echoing, so. I hear that. Well, I think I've got an echo on my end. Yeah. Is Globe muted? It's definitely muted. I don't know. All right. Well, have Globey move. Have Globey mute for a minute. All right, Globey, mute yourself. There we go. He's muted. All right. Still there? Yeah. It's bad. How could my phone be double broadcasting? Do you have the audio on? No. Are you now doing your system sound? So my phone is on my phone, and I have on YouTube. I'm broadcasting a second, a different account. Is the YouTube muted? The YouTube is muted to my room, and I'm only listening in my room. So the only thing going sound. Do you have that on? On my phone? You're doing this on your phone? Yeah. I think it's on your end. I thought it was close to I'm echoing like a beam too. Really? Can I mute myself? I don't even know if I can mute myself on here. There we go. There, I muted myself. The first sound the second sound through a speaker back into a mic. Okay. Yeah. So it's like my phone is picking up and rebroadcasting the audio. So I mean, I could put in earbuds, but it doesn't sound too good on the earbuds. So I don't know. I guess that's a watch. Yeah. Tell you what, I'll just address the TikTok and then I'll go back to my YouTube. And if you want to come into my YouTube, we can talk there. But I'll just wrap this up to any of the Flattys that are watching on YouTube. Sorry, on TikTok, they had nothing. They didn't have any ability to understand the topic. It was definitely over their head. And they're just making up stuff. Well, they're not making up stuff. They're just parroting things that they were told to think by the flat earthers that told them to think things. And it's the same script that all the flat earthers have used for several years. Dipping the nose. That's not a problem. People understand the dynamics of flight much better than flat earthers. Flat earthers don't understand physics, not even a little. When they were talking about the angular size of the sun, I'm like, well, you need to have a good photograph that's properly exposed. They don't know what proper exposure is. If you don't have proper exposure, then how are you gonna do anything well? Right. So let me see here. Bob, you wanna drop out just so that I can wrap it up because there's a little bit of feedback coming back from you. The rigidity in space. And oh my God, was it Chris Van Am that didn't understand? This was he's like he didn't understand anything about the gyroscopes that are actually in the 757. But then when it's talking about rigid aircraft, he thought it was talking about gyroscopes and rigidity in space. He's a little mustache there. That was precious. Chris Van Am, if you don't know, a few years ago, he really struggled understanding that snow is frozen water, therefore it's ice. And he doubled down on that again today, thinking that he knows more than me about the topic of frozen water being ice and snow being frozen water. It's part of this. You draw a Venn diagram. He doesn't get it. Anyway, what else? Well, the vape gate, like, yeah, definitely Whitsitt was vaping. No question about it. Did that make the other times that you saw breath invalid? Of course not. All of that time was still completely valid. Including the time when Whitsitt first walked out of the building there, you could see his breath. He hadn't been vaping, and so you could see his breath. So all of the question about whether or not you can see your breath, you can see your breath. And when I showed the video of me talking and when it was 12 degrees, they're like, you have to prove that it's 12 degrees. Like, dude, you live in Canada, you can go outside on a day when it's cold and see that right away when you go from outside to inside, you'll see your breath. After you've been outside for a little bit, you don't see your breath. This isn't a difficult concept. Flattys, I just got to encourage you. Please, Flattys, and the shadows too, both of these things. Ask your mommies tomorrow, the next day, something like that. If you live in a cold area, ask your mommy, can you set up a play date for you and a friend, right? She'll have to find a friend for you to go outside and see if you see your breath when it's cold. So definitely, and here's a fun experiment for you to do. Before you go outside, eat some Hot Pockets. I know you're going to eat them anyway. Eat your Hot Pockets and then go outside. And right when you go outside, will you see your breath? And then like a few minutes later, see if you see your breath still. It'll be fun. Anyway, then go to the park or see if you can find a fence and get a photo or video of the sun shining down on the fence and look at, this will be good. Look at whether or not the shadows from the fence posts diverge or not. It will be great. You'll see that they do. And so when you're like, how come the shadows do that? The shadows were normal. That's a normal thing for the sun to do. So anyway, I understand Dubé told you what to think. He told you that you had to think that it was a studio, but the fact is that the 360 camera that I put up, the video that I put up, you can see driving off. You can see driving back in. There's no studio. It doesn't work like that. You can see the airplane taking off and landing. You can hear the airplane. You can see the flags blowing in the wind. You can hear the wind blowing across the microphone. So all of the things that Dubé did and said were a lie. And here, I got to tell you, Flattys, here's what we did. While we were in Antarctica and in the days after, we're seeing these different ideas that they were coming up with. We're like, let them commit to their lie, and then we'll come after them later. So all of the things that Dubé said, all of those things that he said, all of them were lies. And since that video came out by Dubé, we've proven that they're all lies. Flat earthers lie. That's what they do. It is their currency. It's what they exchange with each other all day long in their echo chambers. They exchange lies. So it's a sad day for flat earthers. Their cult is falling apart, just like TikTok is apparently falling apart. So maybe their toxicity will be scattered a little bit. There'll be a little less of a high density toxicity area. As they get scattered elsewhere. So maybe that'll be good, or maybe they'll all congregate together and find a new place together to be purely toxic together. So anyway, that's what I got. Thank you very much to TikTok. And if TikTok is gone, it's been great. It's been a source of all sorts of fun and derping from the flat earthers. So I'm going to go to... it's been saved already, says Just Jeff. All right. Well, anyway, who knows? The future will tell. So anyway, I'm going to go to my YouTube channel. If you want, you can come over there from TikTok, MC Toon Live, and I'll interact with the live chat over there. And if you want to come in, if a couple people want to come in, then you're definitely invited. Globy, Peter, Bob, send me a message and I'll get you a Zoom link. So everybody else on TikTok, thank you very much. It's been great, and we'll see. All right. All right. Super. Thank you very much for that. TikTok, an absolute cesspit of toxicity from the flat earthers. Really sad, flat earthers, that they are such, I mean, that was pretty bad for them. I gotta say, that was really bad. Not understanding, he's like, seriously, they have a script. They're like, rigidity in space. This is the script that you run for airplanes, but modern airplanes don't use those types of gyroscopes anymore. It's been a few years, especially commercial airlines, right? They use optical gyroscopes. They've been using them for a long time, and so that's how they get their orientation. He actually claimed, this was great. He actually claimed that on the ground they he tried to claim that they calibrate the artificial horizon to the actual horizon on the ground. That was his claim. Like, no, that's not how they do it. You absolutely insane person. It was so great. Okay. Let me fire up Zoom here and get it going. Man, that was rough for them. But good for you to all be able to see the incredible dumbness that they have, and their inability to actually like be decent people. Like they couldn't not interrupt. They demand a question from me and they wouldn't let me talk. So all right, I got a couple coming. And we got to get Globy McGlobeface. There he is. There they go. All right. They're on the way in. Let me get the earbuds going. Let me get the audio going. Let me get the Zoom going. Come on. Zoom meeting. All right. The link has been sent to a few people, and I think, there we go. All right. Peter's in the house. Oh, he's getting ready. So they wouldn't get to leave the naughty corner at my place, says Shane. Okay. How much more do you respect the Globy McGlobeface grind now? Oh yeah. Globy's amazing to put up with that bunch of nonsense. So we've got in the house, we got Peter Markley right there. How you doing, Peter?
I'm doing well. Are you able to hear me?
I can. Your microphone is a potato, though.
Yes. I don't know if I have any way to fix it. Let me see.
Okay.
I thought we were calling potato Dearth, so his microphone is Dearth.
Yeah, his microphone is Dearth. I have right here. I have a mini Dearth. This is a small. I grew this Dearth in the garden, and you can see this mini Dearth actually is not blind. See that? It's not blind. It's got eyes. So, all right. Where's Globy? So, Round Thinker, were you watching the TikTok mess there?
Yeah, as you started, I was the first to like the. Every TikTok every live TikTok I'm going in, I first put 100 likes. I tap 100 likes.
Okay.
It helped to boost the
algorithm.
The traffic.
Okay.
So
nice.
every live TikTok or people I like, I put 100 likes, and it.
But did you see the debate I had on Dip's channel?
No, it's
you missed the derp.
I will watch it, but it was night for me, and
yeah.
I had a long night.
All right, where's Globy? Come on, I sent him the link.
I watched your live about the Starship, and after the chopstick caught the booster, I went to sleep. It was like 1 o'clock for me.
All right. Yeah, that was a great catch. That was so cool. The thing about this, Flattys just sit there in their echo chambers rehearsing their scripts based on gyroscopes that aren't used in new commercial planes. And while simultaneously a rocket was launched to space the size of a skyscraper and caught in the middle of the air as it just came down. Quite something. It's what a sad life they live to have to deny all of that and just wallow in their ignorance.
Very sad indeed.
He did mention that they had gyroscopes that did not have pendulous vanes prior to gyroscopes with pendulous vanes. And how did they deal with rigidity in space then? Well, they had to cage the gyroscope. So when the point of the gyroscope is that when you turn the plane, it shows that on the artificial horizon, or when you pull up or go down. And so on that airplane, that's only valid as long as you're in that one particular spot. And of course, as you move farther away, it starts to deviate. When you've flown 60 nautical miles, it's 1 degree off. Now, is 1 degree a big problem? Because it's not a left-right so much if you're just going in one direction. But what they do is they'll cage the thing, they press a button, and what it'll do is it'll set everything vertical again to your current vertical. So if you're banking when you cage your gyroscope, that's a problem. You need to be flying straight and level, as they say. So, all right. We got Perks for the win was timed out. What is Perks saying? Another easy win, says Perks. Oh, that's precious, Perks. Look, Perks, if I don't know if you were one of the people in chat in that last debate that were too scared to let me talk. That was not a win for you. That was definitely not a win for you. Not letting me talk is an automatic lose for you. You see. Anyway. I don't know.
I always like to ask, let's assume for a minute that the Earth is a globe. Do you think ships will have to dip their nose?
They think that airplanes have to dip their nose.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying, assuming the Earth is a globe, do you think ships will have to dip their nose?
Oh, I suppose, yeah, they would have to. But ships automatically orient themselves based on the dynamics of floating. Right?
They say flight of airplanes is basically like buoyancy. I mean, lift and buoyancy are pretty much the same.
Yeah.
But with a different. But it's pretty much the same effect. Different force, but same effect.
Yeah.
So why would airplanes have to dip their nose, but ships don't?
It's a great point, but I don't think. Unfortunately, I think FERFs actually would think that ships have to dip their nose on a globe.
Yeah, maybe. There's the legend. Globy McGlobeface in the house.
Now the party can really start. I had to pop into that TikTok because I saw Rip Globe pull up my time lapse that he's decided to cherry pick forever now.
Yeah.
And then By the Dip invited me on.
He
saw
did,
me in
yeah.
there and invited me on. So I was like, okay.
Yeah. It is not a good look for them. And so I appreciate that they did that not good look. So one thing I did not get a chance to show, so I don't know if Dave McKeegan used this or not. So here is the Insta360, and there you can see the lens here and the lens here. Now you have an option of having this lens guard on, and so if this lens gets scratched, you're in trouble, right? You can't do anything. It's now damaged. So you have these lens guards, and if you have these lens guards on, it still works. And that you can set it to automatically deal with it. It'll do the stitching a little differently if you have the lens guard on. But there's little extra things that you get in the footage. So when they're like the first and last frames had the same clouds. Well, they weren't clouds. They were things on the lens guard. So didn't really help their point. It was, they're making claims based on ignorance, which is not how you establish the shape of the Earth. You need to be not ignorant. Well, Icy Spin says, Globey McGlobeface, how many gray hairs did you have prior to TikTok?
I'm on a touch of gray dyeing regimen now because of TikTok.
Yeah.
I was a young man before TikTok.
Yeah.
I liked Globey's description of the TikTok flurf nests last time he was on your show. Like if you take a dumpster, and I don't remember what all he said, but like you could distill it and then put it in another dumpster and set that on fire.
I think I said that. Yeah, you take all the dumpster juice after it's fermented. Yeah. And then you distill it, and then you put it back in the dumpster, and then you get some grease from the grill, and you dump it in there, and then you light it on fire.
I don't know why I thought that was Globey. That's good though.
Yeah.
I'll take credit for funny jokes.
Yeah, it's all. In fact, Globey said that, not me.
It is a hazmat dumpster fire, a toxic chemical dumpster fire.
Yeah,
the kind that doesn't burn orange; it burns a different color.
I've been railing on those guys, especially Dip, for a long time because you saw the way he lets his moderators run the channel.
Oh yeah.
If I was running a live and my moderators were doing that, they'd just be removed as moderators.
Yeah.
He continually lets it happen. I was brought up by Dip and removed by Angels of Light at least 10 times during that live.
I got removed by somebody, and then Dip kept like inviting me back on, but I was declining because Toon said, "Let's just talk after."
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he was inviting me, and I'd accept, and then Angels would drop me.
Well, all right. Perks for the win. I don't know which of those losers is Perks for the win, but Perks for the win. If you would like to come on here, you can come on here, and I'll show you how it's done. I will have Peter and Globey leave, and then we can talk one-on-one. That's it. That's how it'll be, and no over talking. Well, you'll try to over talk me, right? Because you'll get scared. But anyway, send me an email, mctoon@mctoon.net.
If you do that, can you invite me up while you're doing that and then have your moderator drop me like 100 times?
Yes, that'd be perfect.
So thank you, because I'll fit at home if you do that.
No moderators on Zoom, though.
Oh, that's true.
That's true. Yeah, nothing. No moderators on Zoom. Sorry. That is the interesting thing about TikTok. Of course, TikTok lowered the bar to doing live streams. Right, it's 1, 2, 3 taps and you're live, right? To do it on YouTube is a bit more complicated, though. YouTube is trying to make it easier. So
yeah, so there's something to that because sometimes that's fun.
True.
And if you're running the channel, you can control that, so you can just kick anybody you want as soon as they come in. If it's a troll or whatever, they're gone. It's fun. Sometimes it's fun to have like 8 of them in there just yelling at you.
It turns into almost like an old-fashioned vaudeville bar fight or something. Like,
yeah,
exactly.
Globey, what do you got going there? What are you drinking?
Just a little vodka Coke.
Oh, all right.
Vodka Coke. I figured out, I'm 43, I figured stuff out now. You put a few pumps of sugar-free vanilla syrup in here. Fantastic.
Ah.
It's like a vanilla Coke float now.
That sounds good. I in Punta Arenas, I was told by a couple people, specifically Max, that I need to try their local beverage of choice, which is a pisco sour. So, which is to no surprise to anybody, the primary ingredient is pisco, which is Chilean or Argentinian or Peruvian brandy made by local grapes or something, but it's white. I don't know. Is brandy white? Or clear? I don't know, but it's clear. Pisco's clear.
Not that I'm not a brandy expert, but I don't think it's supposed to be clear.
I don't know. Anyway, and then it's got a little sugar. It's got some sour, some lime, and an egg white.
Egg white.
So, yeah, you whisk it with a spinning motorized thingy-madoo. And yeah, so I'm like, hey, should I do that? And Mrs. Toon liked it.
That sounds delicious.
Yeah. So, yeah. And so yeah, that night, that was a good night. All right. Let's see. Any email? No email. I think instead of FTW, it's FTL from Perks. Perks for the loss. Is Steven Alonso? Something
What's
about you and Steven Alonso. I don't know.
Me and Steven?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you know Steven Alonso?
Well, he's been on TikTok lately, so he's been trying to break through TikTok. So I've caught a few of his lives, and I was on there today, actually, and I was, telling him some nice choice words in the comments. But I recorded him admitting that his submissions to FTE for the predictions were dishonest.
Oh, that's nice.
Wow.
He admitted it.
Yeah. Yeah, he used the globe to do it.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, it's not like we needed his admission. It was so obvious.
No, but how often do they actually admit it?
Right.
It was very strange. I was so taken aback. I was like, so he's definitely straight up a troll. He's too smart to be a flat earther.
Yeah. He's just grifting.
Yeah. 100%.
So Perks for the win says, like, you get this, right? This is great. All you need here's the instructions. Send me an email. Says, I don't know how to get in a call with him. He is lucky his camera would be over if I knew how. Perks, send me an email. You will receive a Zoom link. You click the Zoom link. You install the app, which if you've been on TikTok, you've installed. Oh, maybe it was not you that installed the app on TikTok. Maybe your mommy. That's probably it. Your mommy used the parental controls and then forgot one day or something. You're like, oh, mommy, will you install this app so that I can talk to my friends? Like, oh, fine. Just get me another bottle of oh my gosh, yeah. Give me another bottle of Tito's. I gotta down that quick.
Is this taking over your whole live when I do this, by the way?
Yeah, it shows it. Everybody sees it.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't mean to
No, that's fine. That's perfect.
I just wanted to point out. I don't know if you've seen this. This is his website.
Yes,
you have.
I have
to his about and written it.
Yeah, just a second. Let me. I can do better than that. Even hold on. You okay. Talk. I go.
Okay. If you go to the About section in his Flat Earth University, where you can buy his course, his Flat Earth course, it says they have a global footprint.
All right.
And they have Flat Earth University serves as the global epicenter of geocentric cosmology.
Oh, that can't be accidental. Unless he's got all of this generated by AI.
It is all AI.
Oh,
it right. is all
he replied to me on YouTube, replied to a comment of mine on YouTube, and his reply was almost certainly AI.
Get out of here.
Yeah, and then he didn't reply again.
You have his textbook?
I have his textbook. So
Tim never misses an opportunity to research.
I ordered this a while ago, $50. I had to, but it had to go. It could not go USPS. He's like, I can't because I have a post office box and I'm not about to give somebody my home address. Right. And he's like, well, I can't send it to a post office box. I said, well, then too bad. I can't order it.
Why not?
Is that because it's contraband?
No, because it's print on demand. Right. Or however it's done, where it comes from, it can't be done. So he had to do an extra hop. So he sent it to some place and then that place sent it to me USPS. Cost me an extra $25. So for all of you, I spent $75 for this textbook. Now he has my address, my post office box. So he sent me for free 2 copies of his Blu-ray Glurfs on Ice, which doesn't do me much good because I don't have a Blu-ray player. I might in the camper, but I don't know if I'm going to go out to the camper this time of year. Anyway, so it features me, and including it also has a copyright, as if he is the owner of the material in here, which he's not. No, the video is all not from him, so he doesn't actually have the ability to copyright somebody else's material. I am releasing.
He copyrighted the edits.
Well, yes, I suppose, but I'm releasing my stuff in Creative Commons Attribution, International 4.0, if you want to be specific. So that's how I'm releasing it. So I don't know if you can actually, right? But he wasn't using my stuff yet that I've done with that. Anyway, so this book so far has been quite disappointing. It's very clearly AI written. And what was the one I read so far was the like he put effort into this. He went to Bislin. He got Bislin's curve calculator. He put some photos of it in there, some screenshots.
Considering he just took his source code and created his own app out of it anyway.
Yeah, of course. So
wasn't that Shane St. Pierre that did that?
He did the same thing. He did the same thing as
Stephen Alonso did the same thing?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I gotta add that to the Flurf wiki.
So vanishing point, field of view. So the one thing the one thing that I read so far talked about the left to right curve of the horizon. It was horribly done because it was super repetitive. So if you've read AI stuff, it's like very repetitive. So it says it's like 5 paragraphs. 3 of them are almost identical. And in the end, it said, well, if you're going to have a photograph, it needs to have a rectilinear lens in order to see if the left to right curve of the horizon is there. I'm like, oh, I've got that. So your AI written book wasn't prepared, didn't know that I have it. Of course it didn't know that. So
hey, flat earthers complain all the time about getting like silenced by algorithms. I just Googled Stephen Alonso Flat Earth University and it came right up, top result.
There you go.
Top result.
Let's see. Oh,
so
Perks
Glurfs on Ice is free though on his YouTube, I think, right? So why does he have DVDs?
Blu-rays.
And Blu-rays on top of it? Because you need
only Blu-ray. It's not DVD. I don't even. I don't know.
You need 4K resolution.
I do. On source video, that's 1080.
What's funny? Did you watch that thing yet? Or I know you don't have that, but did you watch it on YouTube?
No.
It's weird. It's weird. I was going to do a viewing party on my YouTube one, and I'm not even sure if I want to do it. It's so weird. He agrees with everything you guys did. Everything.
Of course.
Right. He's doing that angle, right? Because it matches his model that he made up because it's the globe.
Yeah. Yeah. His point. And because he knows that the Earth is a globe, that every single properly done experiment will confirm the globe. So in order to do the poeing that he's doing, he knows he has to start with, that's what we predict. and then work backwards into forcing the prediction with a bunch of hand waving, not showing the actual details underneath, and then, knowing that flat earthers aren't smart enough to actually look at anything and aren't curious enough to validate.
Yeah. I mean, in his first FTE prediction, he used the Lorentz contraction to, he just threw it in there.
Yeah.
And he called it, I don't even know what he called it. He changed it. He took the Lorentz contraction and took out the speed of light and the velocity of the object and just put in the latitude.
Yeah. The distance between lines of longitude is what he was trying to fake.
I think he just used the phrase. What he was using it for had no correlation to the real concept of Lorentz contraction.
Yeah.
No, well, yeah. So he's trying to use that as an excuse as to why it looks distorted. Why Australia, for example, looks huge.
Yeah.
Compared to what it actually is. It's not actually huge. It's just light bending or contracting as you get closer to the object based on nothing. Right.
I was chatting about that with some people in a Facebook group with Michael Toon. And somebody said that Stephen Alonso said if you look at it from above, it still looks like the Gleason map. And I said, okay, but according to that logic, then if you zoomed in from above on that Gleason map to the scale where you would see people and stuff, then those people would be stretched.
Huge. Yeah.
just like the continents until the distortion would get to infinity at the South Pole.
Right.
So he's basically described a globe.
Yeah. Well, and he used the radius of the globe and called it the height of the firmament.
Yes.
To which Will said, well, how did you measure the height of the firmament? No answer. He also, there were some arithmetic mistakes in there, which happens with AI. So.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I didn't even think about the AI angle. He probably did use AI to solve all those problems.
I have tried to get ChatGPT to help me with some math before. It is terrible at math.
Yeah.
It will just it's terrible.
You can ask it to give you, it's a good search engine. How would you do this? What's the formula? And it'll give you a rough idea. Sometimes it'll give you a formula. Sometimes the formula is right. Sometimes it's not.
It helped me find the Gladstone-Dale relation when I was working on my video about the we don't see too far.
Yeah. I don't remember the Gladstone-Dale.
Well, it was some. I don't think I mentioned it in the video because it was something internal to how I was programming the simulation that I wrote.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that software you wrote. Yeah.
So the thing with generating, you have to lead them by the nose. Like, I want to measure or to calculate X, Y, Z. These are the parameters. Now do it for me.
Where'd he come from?
He actually knows the formula.
Israel. He's from Israel.
He's been there the whole time, Glovey. He just didn't say hi when you said silent partner.
So I checked my email. No email from Perks yet. mctoon at mctoon.net.
Yeah, so I was really interested in his second prediction because it was about the sun angle, and obviously on flat Earth, the sun is north of you when you're in Chile, and right. So how do you get a southeast, southwest sunrise angle?
It's not possible.
It's not possible. So he took the globe formula for the sun's azimuth angle, and then calculated it wrong. So there's a variable for h in there, which is the hour angle of the sun, and he didn't use the hour angle of the sun. He just set that to 0 because he said at sunrise the sun angle is 0. Right? Okay. Anybody reading that might go, all right, I guess, yeah, you're trying to figure out when the sun's rising, that's 0 degrees to the horizon. Yeah, sure, 0. But that's not even the right variable to put in there. It's the hour angle, which, at 0 would have been solar noon. So he did not do that right at all. And on top of that, his math was wrong anyway. Yeah.
The only thing I really looked at in depth of his was his submissions to the final experiment. And I came away with the conclusion. I didn't like fully analyze it, but I came away with the strong suspicion, let me put it that way, that he was literally not even doing real math. Like he wasn't doing math. He was pretending to do math,
Yes.
drawing things on the page that looked like math and saying words that sounded like math, but it was all pretend. It wasn't even math.
That's what ChatGPT does. You just described ChatGPT. Now, I sent the email off to Perk FTW with the Zoom link. So looks like we've got so. You guys see it?
That's the happiest reason for
there
me
you
to
go.
bow out.
Right.
So
we'll catch you on the other side.
I added Stephen Alonso's perpetration to the Walter Bislin plagiarism page on the Flurf Wiki.
Awesome.
By the way.
Awesome. Thank you.
People should report that app to Google Play Store.
Oh, don't worry. We've got plans.
All right, cool.
It's all good.
See you guys.
All right. See you guys.
The latitude of the submarine, according to the date, it got completely wrong. Completely wrong.
So
I had to
hold
figure
on.
out.
Your microphone, it's not really picking up. Yeah. So there. But we've got the Flatty here. Who's coming in soonly?
Okay, how about now?
There we go. Yeah. What?
Yeah. When I tried to get the subsolar point latitude according to the date, I tried to ask ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini. All of them got it wrong. I had to figure it out by myself.
Yep.
The thing I did in my video, it was the first time I did it, and I did it live. I got it right.
All right.
And,
so for people don't,
I got it wrong.
People might not know what you're meaning. So I had asked, isn't Neriel here, right? Everybody, Round Thinker on YouTube. He has for more than 5 years been we've been measuring the angle to the sun at different times of day, different times of year, always at local solar noon or local solar midnight to measure the radius of the Earth. It's the Eratosthenes method, and we've gotten quite a few measurements of the radius of the Earth. And so whenever I do one, I send it off to him, and he's like, normally it's at the solstice or equinox, but if it's partway between, well, we can know the latitude of the sun through geometry. And ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude did not know how to do that right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Gotcha.
All right.
All right, Round Thinker.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
We'll have to have you drop out so that it's just one and one here. So, I don't know if you heard that, Neriel. You got to drop out.
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
I'm silent, but.
Okay. All right. What do you? Are you going to not be on screen there?
Yeah, I don't feel the need to.
Okay.
Just to hide my identity. I'm exposed to truth about the industry.
The industry. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, water is 71% of the Earth, right? Am I wrong?
It's the surface.
And it's not carbonated, so it's flat.
Yeah.
Yes. All water is flat. Yes. I'm just going to make that point clear. And if you could disprove that, I'm willing to debate on that. So we start with that.
All right. So step one. Hold on.
Let me show you that.
All right. Round Thinker.
I have a bottle of soda. So if I pour that into the sea, does that mean there won't be flat anymore?
Water needs a container, buddy.
Okay. All right. Round Thinker. Well, yeah, it's got to be just the two of us here. So, all right. You have asserted that water is flat. That's on you then.
It makes up 71% of the Earth, right? Maybe more. They say it's more.
It's the 71% of the surface of the Earth. Yes, I agree.
Yes, and it's all flat, right? It's all measured flat, or whatever you want to call it.
That's your claim. So now it's on you to present the measurements.
All right, so you're just gonna say nuh-uh. All right, next. Do you
No,
think we went to the moon?
that hold on. That's not a nuh-uh. That's a normal thing.
Sorry, my wife called. I missed what you said.
Okay. That's a normal thing that is part of a debate, that you make a claim and then you have the burden of evidence. If you want, I can read page 22 of the debater's guide. Let me see if I have that handy here.
No. What I want you to read is my Twitter post to you, what you ran from, the question.
All right. I've got page 22 right here. This is the debater's guide right here. Page 22.
Here we go.
The three burdens. The burden of proof is a primary rule of any argument or debate. It first requires the affirmative to bear the burden of proving the proposition. You've asserted this proposition. Subsequently, it requires every speaker to support every assertion made by that speaker, because any assertion must be supported by proofs. Those who assert must prove is a fundamental and long-standing rule of every debate. Okay, so you have asserted that water is flat. Now you have the burden of proof to show the measurements. Bring forth the measurements.
Lakes, easily.
Bring forth the measurements.
Like, what? You want me to do geometry on water? You want me to do algebra on water?
100% I expect that. Bare minimum, that is what I expect. So,
all right, so go ahead. Yeah, like I said, nuh-uh on the water. Okay, next one. We're moving on to the next point.
No. We're going to you can either concede that you don't have measurements, which is obviously what you're going to have to do, or you can just leave, because that's what we've gotten here. You've made the assertion. I read to you how debates are done. You made the assertion. You have the burden of proof. Go ahead. Show measurements of the flatness of water.
All right. I don't know how to. I'm on the phone, so I don't know how to link stuff to you. So, how do I show you that?
Send me an email with the measurements.
Okay, I can send you that after. All right, next point. All right.
After. Okay, so you don't have them now. Awesome. Well, you, just so you know, for your next point, have your evidence handy before you make it.
Oh, yeah. You guys don't even have evidence for this yourselves.
All right.
You guys keep saying globe model. You guys don't even have a model. I look up solar system on Google, and it's all cartoons. How come?
So I don't know what do you think about Neriel? You guys,
what kind of thing you want to see?
Neriel.
I mean, you know that the shorter distance.
All right, hold on. Okay, sorry. I didn't want to just drop Neriel, but one-on-one. Okay, so what could you describe what you think a model is, please?
A model is something that can be replicated in real life. You can replicate it in real life. You can make a scientific model off of it. Yes.
Yes. So what is a scientific model? Please describe that.
Not a picture. Not a picture. That's for sure.
Okay. So not a picture. So then, what is a scientific model?
Something you could, like I said, you could replicate it. Like, let's say you can make a Earth. You could replicate it. You can't. It's not possible. You know why?
I'm sorry.
You don't live on a ball.
I'm sorry. You have not yet described what a scientific model is. So you're expecting me to provide you a scientific model, but you don't seem to know what a scientific model is. So how will you evaluate, if I give you something, whether or not it is a scientific model?
If you can show me water sticking to a ball.
That's not, you did not describe a scientific model yet.
That's a science. That's science right there. Water in a rock. That's science, right?
Okay. So far, I'm getting strong Poe vibes from you.
What does that mean?
That's what Poes say.
So you're losing right now, 2-0?
No, so far you've not presented evidence, number one. And number two, you've asked for a model, but you don't know what a model is.
You don't have one. You just have cartoons.
You don't know what a model is.
You just have cartoons. So all the photos
no,
are
we
fake,
don't
right?
have just cartoons. We don't have just cartoons. But if I'm going to give you a model, then you need to know what a model is. So far, you don't know what a model is.
So a model is an accurate representation of the solar system, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm trying to ask you to describe what a scientific model is. And so far, either you're faking being stupid or you're actually stupid. I can't tell yet.
It's usually what someone says when they're losing, but okay. Okay, so a scientific model is a process that uses representations like diagrams, equations, or computer programs to simplify and explain. Oh, simplify. You like that word, huh? Simplify. It simplifies it for you because it's not real.
All right,
you believe in fantasies.
Finish your sentence there.
Explain phenomena in the universe.
Okay, so super. If you want a model of the solar system, then I will present to you VSOP 87 as an accurate model of the solar system.
Using cartoon. That's not real.
It's not a cartoon.
It's cartoons.
It's not cartoon. It's literally exactly what you just said. It's equations.
You believe that. You actually believe that cartoon. You believe that.
There's no cartoons.
You look at that and you're like, yep, this is what I live on.
There's no cartoons at all involved in VSOP 87.
It has to be a cartoon because it said, what did it say? Computer software, right? Yeah, computer programs to simplify.
So read it again. Let's I'll tell you what. As you read it, as you read your description there, I will write down the key points according to what you are presenting me.
Wait, is that a flat Earth map on your desk?
I do have I have this right here, so that I can show how wrong it is.
Flat Earth.
Okay, so all right, go ahead. Read off to me the what you said there. So a scientific model is.
It's a process that uses representations like diagrams, equations, or computer programs to simplify and explain phenomena in the universe.
Hold on. Diagrams, equations.
Oh my goodness.
Equations, programs. Okay. Diagrams, equations, programs. Anything else in that list?
No, that was it.
Okay. So, diagrams, equations, and programs. So VSOP 87 is equations. That's what generates VSOP 87. So it's equations. So if you want, you can, on your own time, you can go look up VSOP 87 and see how it's generated. There's no cartoons, but you can use VSOP 87 to generate diagrams of the solar system as well, which you've said is acceptable as a scientific model. So VSOP 87 is a scientific model of the solar system. So there you go.
It's not real, though. It's still just a model. It's not real. We can't ever see it visually.
But your point was, you asserted there is no model. I gave you a model matching your description of the solar system. Now, here's what's really cool about VSOP 87. You're going to love this. VSOP 87 is multiple thousands of years of positions. It outputs this of positions of the Earth, the Sun, the Moon, multiple planets, including even some of the asteroids, larger asteroids, in the solar system in three-dimensional space for thousands of years. It is accurate enough that it was used to determine where the eclipse was going to be back in April that I went to in Texas. So VSOP 87 model was used to determine the path of totality of the eclipse in Texas.
All those sky events happen at the same time.
That made literally no sense.
Asteroids happen at the same time every year.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Look it up.
Asteroids do not happen at the same time every year.
Showers, and an asteroid has never hit since the dinosaurs, but they're apparently falling to Earth every day.
I didn't say anything about asteroids hitting the Earth. I talked about the larger asteroids and where they are in three-dimensional space.
Yeah, you're talking about astral projections, like, the eclipse, stuff in the sky. Stuff in the sky, right?
Did you say astral projections?
Yes, you don't know what that is. I know.
Dear, okay. All right. Oh, I'm going to do a little poll here. All right. All right. Now, just for reference, I definitely do appreciate Pose. I love the satire. But I don't like Pose that refuse to drop the Poe when they've been outed. So anyway, I put a little poll in the live chat here. I'll give it a little more time, and then based on that, I'll give you one more opportunity to do the right thing or not. I mean, it'll be up to you. So anyway, so I've given you a model according to your definition of model of the solar system.
Yeah, you gave me a scientific model, not a model.
I gave you exactly what you asked for. So now I will ask you, can you please give me a scientific model of the flat Earth?
Joe Hanvey's wipes the floor with the globe Earth.
And now I know you're a Poe. Anyway, it's been great having you. I appreciate that you are a Poe and you're trying to do a little bit of comedy to make flat earthers look dumb. But this isn't really, I mean, if you want to Poe, like, try a little harder. Go watch Flat Out on YouTube. Just go to Flat Out. Go look at that. That's an example of the kind of Poeing that I think is great. But anyway, Flurf Herder Dad. So here's your chance. You can either drop the Poe or you can leave.
What do you mean? I don't get what you mean by what is that word? I don't know what that word means.
All right. Well, thank you very much, everybody. Or there we go. Bye, Poe. All right. He wasn't funny. He wasn't funny, and we had 79% said he's a Poe. So he's asking for a model that isn't a cartoon and gives you a cartoon Flurf as an example. Yeah. So Joe Hanvey admitted to Will that it isn't a model. So for reference, all right. So I'm gonna not have people back on. So anyway, Joe Hanvey's model isn't a model at all. It doesn't work. It doesn't do anything right. He never puts the camera inside because it doesn't work when it's inside. So anyway, and apologies to Round Thinker. I wanted it to be 1-1, right? 1-1, no dog piles and not 2-1, none of that. So, and I know you missed that. You kept jumping in, and so I just booted. I didn't mean to. I mean, it's middle of your set. I don't like doing that, but I love you, Neriel. Don't take it wrong. I did use the other day. I did take the Insta360 camera. I took the dome that I have right here. I took the black light that I have over there, and I tested flat Earth. So, Poe McPoe face. Yeah, I don't find that kind of stuff funny. When it's done that like too much of a caricature, like not even a caricature, right? Like just being stupid. Like playing semantics. It's a scientific model, not a model. Like, it's not funny. Anyway, Addicted to Gaming says the AE map will work. All they have to do is inflate it, and it won't be flat anymore. Yep, Jack Fetter says, are you doing a top left newcomer of the year category? So there some people have suggested rookie of the year. Maybe we could do a rookie of the year, but it's we're just going to do one set of nominations and one set of voting videos. It's too much to have like multiple sets and stuff like that. It's actually already a good deal of work to just do one. And seriously, if you take top left serious, you are making an error. It's a joke. So don't take it too seriously. It's to laugh at them. Pat Pillin is a new member at Newton. Thank you very much, Pat Pillin. Justin Messenger says, Flat Earthers were bragging the rocket hit the dome earlier today. Shouldn't they be happy? They know that the dome is around 146 kilometers / 88 miles high. Gotta lie to Flurf. Yeah, they actually, this is how dumb they are. In the debate on TikTok, they're like, the 1958 encyclopedia says that the dome was only 14,000 feet high. The 1958 encyclopedia talks about multiple domes in Antarctica because it's a geological structure. It's a mountain that's not pointy. It's this. This is a dome in Antarctica. They're not talking about the firmament dome. You have to be incredibly stupid to not understand that. And flat earthers are incredibly stupid because huge swaths of flat earthers look at that and think that's the actual dome firmament. So dumb. So dumb. Rossi says these asshats act like Toon was the pilot. Yeah. All they wanted to talk about was the flight. They didn't want to talk about the fact that the sun was doing circles over our heads 24 hours a day in Antarctica. Thousands of people see it every year. They could have gone. Every one of those lazy, good-for-nothing loser flatties could have gone, but they chose not to. So if you could have gone and chose not to go, and then come back later and say, it was fake, you don't have the right to do that. You were not there, and you could have been there. I might give a little leeway to the people that applied to go for the golden ticket, right? Like you tried at least, or if they had done a GoFundMe, but none of them did. There were 0 flat earthers that did GoFundMes or any sort of crowdfunding. 0. None of them wanted to test their belief. They were all scared. And then several of them were offered a full, all expense paid trip to go. And they were too scared to go. Did I speak to the pilots on the trip? I did not. The 757, we boarded the plane like mid-plane and we left the plane in the back. We never even saw the pilots on the 757. And the other flights, I mean, I didn't talk to them. So, all right, we got Steve from Wormhaven says, I've never heard someone be less confident in a claim they've made than calling something bakery fakery from snakery. Your calling you out card has been revoked until you believe your own stuff. Yeah. Like, if it's fake, then go through and do the forensic analysis on it. They're like, footprints. Really? Go watch the videos. You're behind. You're behind the times here. You need to, I shouldn't have to be the one that has to tell you to go watch the videos that are out. If you're a truth seeker, you will have already watched those videos. And if you watch those videos, you'll see us walking around on the snow making footprints, but you'll also see that the snow is hard packed. They are not truth seekers. They embrace lies. Flat Earth is a cult of people that love lies. Kiros says these TikTok flurfs only have memes, not very sophisticated flurfs. These TikTok flurfs. Yeah, they are the bottom of the barrel of flurfs, and they've all congregated together on TikTok. Dihydrogen monoxide said, yes, flurfs, my favorite laughing stock. I mean, that's what this was. This was an opportunity to showcase how stupid flurfs are. If you think the earth is flat, you're stupid. Proof, this video. Don't like it? Too bad. You're also stupid. And I can prove it. I can prove all flat earthers are stupid. Okay? Every single one of them. 0 exceptions. Flat earthers are stupid. You ready? Give me the geometry for what time the sun will set. You pick the day. You pick the location. You think the sun can set on flat earth. Okay. You need to just go ahead. Or is it just a blind faith belief that you think the sun could set on flat earth? Certainly a truth seeker will have definitely demanded that the other flat earthers answer this simple question of what time the sun will set. Show me the geometry for when the sun will set. They can't. This is a complete indictment of every single flat earther. Because I can do it. I can do the geometry for flat earth. They're like, it's perspective. Oh, well, super. I can do that too. Perspective is an application of geometry, right? I personally measured that in Minneapolis on the equinoxes, the sun at local solar noon is 45 degrees up. 45 degrees, okay? And from me to the subsolar point is a certain known distance, meaning that the elevation of the sun is a certain known distance because we have a triangle. We've got the angle here. We've got the angle at the top, 45. We've got the angle here, 90. 45, 45, 90 triangle. And we know the distance from Minneapolis to the subsolar point on the equinox is from 45 degrees north to the equator, which is 5,000 kilometers. So the sun has to be 5,000 kilometers high for flat Earth. You don't get a choice on that. That's perspective. Now, when will the sun set if the sun is 5,000 miles high? When it's 10,000 miles away? Nope. When it's 100,000 miles away? Nope. When it's 1,000,000 miles away? Nope. But perspective, that's an application of perspective. Oh, but there's atmospheric effects that do it. The sun will heat up the water, and then there's water in the air, and there's salt in the air. Oh, what does that do? Well, it makes the sunset somehow. How? Well, it's atmospheric lensing. Okay, but how? Well, because it warms up the water and it puts water in the air. Okay, but how does it make the sunset? Well, because of atmospheric lensing. Oh my gosh. That's how dumb you are, flat earthers. You are stupid. It's time for you to realize, to look yourself in the mirror and say, Flattys, you just need to say that. Look in the mirror and realize the person looking back at you is stupid. I don't need to be polite to you. There's no politeness necessary. If you're stupid, you're stupid. It's not an insult. It's not an ad hom. It's truth. You're a truth seeker. You're stupid. Embrace truth. So, you see, we all have license to say that. Everybody, you have license to say to flat earthers that they're stupid because they can't explain the simple thing. What time will the sun set? So, Jack Fetter says, Flurfs are so arrogant, they offer nothing. Absolutely true. Shane Eslick says, tell them Aussie in chat now sees Australian sun goes anti-clockwise, 120 degrees southeast sunrise to 0 degrees north to 240 degrees southwest sunset. It can't work on flat Earth. It can't. Right? That's simple geometry, really simple geometry. Where's the sun at any particular during sunrise and sunset on flat Earth? It's simple. It's simple. Grab your map. Grab this thing that you worship, Flattys. Right? How many Flattys have this on their wall? Right? Now draw. Where's the sun at a certain time? Put a dot where you are for South America during half the year. Put a dot for, Sydney. And then draw a dot where the sun is at sunrise and sunset. And then look at the angle to it. And then go to reality and see what the angle says. They won't match. It's that simple. Like, oh, I don't believe it actually sets and rises that angle. Really? Reality disagrees. You don't get to do that. That's not a good look. That's a failure. All right. Addicted to Gaming is a new member at Newton. Thank you very much for that. Itorius says, planes don't have to adjust for curve the same way boats don't. It's not rocket surgery. It's automatic based on based on the dynamics of flight. There's forces involved. The forces handle it. Right? The pilot doesn't have to. And Flattys are so dumb, they think that a plane would go up in elevation. And like, oh, you have to dive that elevation. That's because you're stupid. Corrections 101 is a member at Newton. Thank you for that. JD63 says Flurfs can't even do shadow puppets. Flat Earthers could get a nosebleed from shadow boxing. Jack Fetter says, why can't Flurfs have proper internet? I'm watching him in 45 seconds in the future. That was great. I just let him go when it wasn't working. He couldn't understand a word he said. It was the smartest thing he said. Annalise Knapp says, I'd pay $1,000 to watch this moron play flight simulator. Yep. That'd be hilarious. Rossi says, pendulous veins sounds like a diagnosis of a hemorrhoid. Gross. Steve from Wormhaven says Nathan is a gimbleberry. Nathan was trying to posture in there, right? He goes full screen, and he's just walking around in his he's in a camper. He lives in a camper. What a pathetic guy. The KM for $10 says, sigh. Autopilots aside, planes use trim tabs to apply fine tweaks to fly hands off. Pilots make trim changes until altimeter stops moving or sets the rate of climb, descent, etc. No gyro needed. Exactly. Yeah, that's not how it's done, Flattys. Right? You want to not be increasing your elevation. So it's about you set, right? You get it close to straight, and not increasing and decreasing. You set your engine to be a certain amount, and then, like the KM says, you would do some fine tuning so that you don't be so you're not going up and down. But this is the cool thing: if you are rising a little bit, that's okay. It will eventually hit equilibrium between the upward and the downward, right? The lift and the gravity. They will hit that equilibrium. And if you don't do any other things, you will actually increase in elevation because you'll burn fuel. The plane will weigh less. You'll have more lift. Well, you have less gravity, same lift, less gravity. But they don't get that. The KM says autopilots provide extra fancy control, particularly on unstable aircraft, but no gyro needed for any globe flying at all. Yeah, it's the gyroscope, like on a smaller, older plane or something like that, is so that you know which way you're going up and down, or when you're turning. But if you're just going straight level, you don't need it. Itoria says, drink every time Derpy says gimbal. Destroy your brain cells on your own terms. The Antarctic Express for $10 says, in tonight's episode of Scrambling Flurf's Brains, I offer math. Google petapixel.com goodbye aberration. On the first result petapixel page, scroll down a bit for the formula. Yikes. All right. Here we go, people. Petapixel.com aberration. There it is. Okay, let me get this up here. I need to adjust it a little so we see the right amount of it. There we go. All right. Ooh. So scroll down to the formula. All right. Oh, dear me. That's a lovely looking formula. This is the kind of formula that you really are happy for Wolfram Alpha. when you see this kind of stuff. Holy cow. That's nuts. And Flattys, right? There's probably one person that understands this in the world, but Flattys, that doesn't make it fake just because you don't understand. All right? Unwrapping a Hot Pocket isn't fake. You don't understand it. Your mommy does it for you, but it's not fake just because you can't understand it. Nice formula there, Antarctic Express. Null X8 says my drone has e-gyro for $60. They register drift and bearing perfectly. No moving parts. Laser gyros is just for more accurate. That's right. So the they've gotten pretty good in the different electronic, basically solid state measurements of all sorts of things, right? You've got a 3-way accelerometer in here. We've got a 3-way magnetometer in here. It's got orientation measurements, like rotation stuff, all those things in here, right? And you don't even think about it. Like, it's basically required on every phone now. You don't even think about it. So yeah, so on you can put in a drone for pretty cheap. Rossi says rigidity in space is fake. Rigidity requires a container. Dr. Tapioca Weasel has been a member for 17 months, says everything about TFE is absolutely hilarious. Yes, their denial is insane. I love watching them scramble. That you could go, right? They could have gone. You don't win. You don't prove it's fake by just saying it's fake. If you think that it's not real, go there, get a video of the sun setting. That's how you do it. Go there. Just go there. It's just a function of money. And if all of the Flattys could get together and say, here, we nominate this as our King Flatty to go and report back to us whether or not the sun does indeed set, you could do it. You definitely could do it. You could take the very same trip next year. If you wanted, you could go get a job there. Well, that's the problem. When you put down on your resume, Flattys resume, that would be a piece of paper that you put together that lists out all the previous jobs that you've had and any certifications or qualifications you've had. So it's going to be a little sparse, right? It's going to be dropped out of 4th grade after the 19th try, worked down as a taste tester at the urinal cake factory, was fired for theft, and has not worked in the last 6 years. So that's a difficult resume. So you might not get a job working in Antarctica. But hypothetically, if some flat earther had a decent resume, you could go work there. And then you could see for yourself that the sun doesn't set. But no, you don't. You are pathetic losers. Stupid people that are in a cult. Absolutely a cult. Very sad. Very sad for you. Like, is it dehumanizing? I suppose it is, yeah. If you weren't such awful, toxic people, then it wouldn't be the same, right? Think about this, right? I don't know. When I was in school, they had integrated a little bit of some of the special needs people, right? So there were people that were the special needs people that went to the same school building as I did, right? And so we would see them, and you'd be nice to them. You knew that they weren't right. They weren't mean to other people. And so you're like, oh, hey, cool. Let's be nice to them. So that's, you get that. But to flat earthers, they're toxic pieces of garbage. Well, why would anybody, right? Stop being toxic pieces of garbage. Stop rejecting evidence. And that's the thing. As soon as they stop rejecting evidence, they stop being flat earthers, right? There's the trade-off. They have to reject evidence. making them horrible people. So, Dave McKeegan says, MC Toon, Craig, is there any updates from McFlatty? I have not heard. I hope he gets back soon, because I know they're buttoning up camp there shortly up at ALE. So hopefully he gets, I mean, not hopefully. I mean, it'd be okay. Maybe he could stay down there for the winter and eat the wildlife. Joseph D says, fix the sound, brah. I tried. Rossi says, more on tag team tonight. Oh, yeah. The grumpy old mechanic says, the Ronald Amundsen expedition to the South Pole meticulously observed the 24-hour sun. That's the thing. You have to just claim that many thousands of people are lying without any evidence. Zero evidence. Evidence would be video of the sun setting from a location from a day that the globe says the sun would not set. You don't have that. Steve from Wormhaven says, Nathan, just a heads up, there's something next to your nose on your face. It might be a shadow or jizz or maybe some sauce from food. I got you, bro. Rossi says, why does dumbass think Toon is responsible to answer for Witsit's vaping? Or how does a pilot flew the plane? Or how planes fly in general? Yeah, I physically measured the surface of the Earth. It didn't work for Flat Earth. It failed. I physically measured it. They didn't want to talk about that. Dave Kircher says, a member for 55 months. Wow. Says, thank Titicaca, it's Thunes Day. Marcus Alot says, these guys are so stupid. Oh, yeah. That's what's great. Right? They're back in their echo chambers, patting themselves in the back. You really got them there. You said all those things on your script so goodly. That was nice. Good job, dude. They're dumb. That doesn't make it. You didn't come out looking good, guys. Jack Fetter says, this is so much better than anything on Netflix. Take my $5, please. It's getting thin on Netflix. Gotta say, hardly watch any, but we'll get on there. We're like, okay, would you want to watch something? Oh yeah, we'll go on something. Should we Netflix and chill? Oh yeah, baby, let's go Netflix and chill. There's nothing on Netflix. I don't want to see that. Kunomat says, as a guy who works for almost 20 years in aircraft maintenance, I could bang my head against a wall when I hear such stuff. Oh yeah. None of them work in the field. None of them understand the geometry, yet they think they're smarter than everybody else that's actually designed planes and worked on them and flown them. They're not. Joseph D says, at 35,000 feet, if you have a 60% field of view, you can see the lateral curve of the Earth. 60%. Yeah, so it's more than half, right? The problem is that it's rare for somebody to be where they can see that wide, and that's why I said it's good in a cockpit. And so when they ask, at what height do you see the curve of the Earth? Well, the left to right curve, which is what they're talking about, I typically answer, well, somewhere around 40,000 feet. But I've got photographs of the curve at 46,000 feet. So denying evidence is not how you win. It's not how you win, right? Go get a photograph of a plane or somewhere at 46,000 feet with a good rectilinear lens. Make sure it's the same field of view. Yeah, and they're like, I got a picture of the thing from 35 for 350,000 or whatever it was that he said. It's on TikTok, so it's vertical video. It's not wide. Probably, maybe it is a horizontal because you can do them on there. So, Graham Land, I think your moderator removed my joke about you being a baller satanic liar. It was a joke. Well, if they did, sorry, but sometimes that kind of sarcasm is a little hard to read because flat earthers say that. So, I get it. Do a /S or something to help people know. But yeah, sorry if they did. I thank you very much. If that's the case, I'll get to it in a bit here. Hopefully, dragon lice like a fire. Dragon ice like a fire. For $5 says Zefalto's balloon launched from France. Can you discuss this new way to see Earth's curve? They are booking tickets now. Ooh, let's see about that. I knew that they're talking about booking or doing balloons up to space. So there you go. Dare the dream, the low carbon journey to space. Book now. 34,000 euros. So there you go. How high? It doesn't say. Boy, that's not a whole lot of information on there. But anyway, how high is it? Does anybody know how high they're talking about going? Yeah, the next page is just a credit card page. I ain't doing that. Yeah, that's really cool. But 34,000 euros, it's comparable to going to Antarctica for 4 days. It's quicker, but I don't know. Icy Spin says you've never sent a cockpit pic. Nice. 3 Round says TikTok flirfs are even more mentally challenged than YouTube flirfs. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like YouTube, Facebook, TikTok. And below that, they cease to have biological function. Jumping is useless, says derp, 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 derp. I'm now smarter than the flat earther. Throw out your tech genius, derp, derp. Yeah. Jubilee Deluxe says TikTok makes everything more vacuous, even flirfs. Jubilee Deluxe. That's a great name. Valentin, or Val, says, good morning, Mr. Toon. It's 6 a.m. in UK, and I just woke up to go to work. I'm really sorry. Most of the time, I can't watch your streams live, but if possible, I would like to have a Zoom chat with you someday. You are a superstar. Keep up the good work. And that was for £50. Thank you very much, Valentin. So, I do call in shows on occasion here. I try to do one every quarter, at least. So, and to have it work with your time zone, I could do it really late, like now. So it's 6 or 7 or 8 in the morning for you. I can do that. If you want to just have it be a Zoom call, just to have a chat, I can do that. Sometime, I suppose. Yeah. Send me an email, mctoon@mctoon.net if that was what you were thinking about. So anyway, to go back to the balloon, I would definitely pick going to Antarctica over a single day of balloon ride, right? But for people that 34,000 euros is a spendable amount of money, then I suppose it makes sense. And if it's about shutting up one flat earther, send them up and let them pound sand, I guess. But you know how it'll go. This is how it goes. Everybody else calls them a shill. That's what happens. They can't. It's a religion. They can't allow somebody in their religion to contradict their religion. They will excommunicate them. That's what they have to do. So, Icy Spin says TikTok is a snake pit in hell. Yeah. Storm Chaser, Patrick Pineda, member for 1 month, says TikTok was pretty great for me, actually. Really? Now, it depends on your audience, right? Yeah, the flat earthers there are particularly bad. The conspiracy theory nonsense on TikTok is crazy because the people that fall for conspiracy theories don't have they're not going to do a long investigation into something. They just want somebody to tell them something. They'll blindly believe it. And there you go. You're 30 seconds in. Is Perks for the Lose still here? Says, I mean, seriously, dude, you're a Poe. We get it. You're not a real flat earther. It wasn't funny. Okay? I started off pretty tame for his sake, dudes. Old thinking takes time for him to stop attacking me and better than all of you. See? Bad Poeing. Bad Poeing. Not even funny. So, Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan is a member at Sheldon Cooper. Appreciate that, Obi-Wan. Thank you for that very much. Storm Chaser Patrick Pineda says, TikTok was a great platform for sharing my Storm time lapses and reaching a younger audience. It's not easy to rebuild a following. I'm sad to see it go. Rumor is that it's not going. So, I don't know. Shane Eslick says, go this or next year. But what about the rapture? Yes, Nico thinks that the rapture will happen next year. But of course, if it were to happen, then it's super easy, right? If the world's going to end, put it on a credit card. You won't have to pay it back, right? If you're confident. If you're not confident, then don't say it, right? That's the difference between somebody that believes in the things that they say and somebody that knows that they're full of crap. Nico knows he's full of crap. Cygna Steps says, petition to make Shifty Eyes Shady a mod again. Oh, well, let's do this. Shifty is no longer a flat earther. And so, here we go. Start a poll. There we go. Here comes Shifty. Are you still here, Shifty? Hope he is. We've had a couple like chats on X a little bit, so we'll see what that answer is here. Sammy McBride says, I want to know about the flurf that said he was going to meet you at Lake Tahoe. I'll tell you about that. He did not agree to meet me last weekend in Lake Tahoe. He did not. He more than a year ago, it was back in December of 2023, he issued a challenge on Facebook to go to Lake Tahoe to find, to have somebody on the either side of the lake and then zoom in on them. And I said, I accept. And it was for $5,000. We both put up $5,000, winner take all. So then I said, I accept right away. January 1st of 2024, I said, I accept. And then he proceeded to not put his own money in escrow and not write the actual challenge out with, the details at all, over and over and over. And I'm like, let's do it. When are we doing it? Put your money in escrow. Anyway, a whole year goes by almost. And I'm like, that's enough. I'm going to go to Tahoe and I'm going to stand on that dock that we agreed to. And I'm going to try to zoom in on the other side and see what we see. Turns out that we didn't see the other dock, right? You can't zoom into the other side. You also, so he didn't come. He then was changing he's like, well, it needs to be at night and you have to have a light. Like you said, it needs to be morning, noon, and afternoon. That was his words. Like, I'm like, you're moving the goalposts. He'd say, no, I'm not. I'm not moving the goalposts. It has to be at night. That's literally moving the goalposts. That's 100% the definition of moving the goalposts. So anyway, he wasn't going to come. I knew he wasn't going to come, but I did his test as he prescribed, and we did not see the dock on the other side. So really, he should owe me $5,000. But Flurf challenges are fake, so he won't. Anyway, Addicted to Gaming says, ice doesn't freeze. So glad I learned that today. Yes. I said ice buckles when it freezes. And yeah, playing that semantic game really made you so smart. You is so smart. Such a good smart boy. Third Duras sister. Is that a Star Trek reference? Says, thanks for getting Nathan off the stream. I disable video when he's a participant because of the constant goofing off on camera. Yeah, he is a useless human. He has no value in life. It's a sad, pathetic existence. Lisa says, gimbal. It's got to be a gimbal. He kept going. He insisted rigidity in space. What a hill to die on. Mark W said the Wright brothers didn't have a HUD, so Earth is flat. Okay. Sean has a $3 Australian super chat, but there was no message. It is the Klingon sisters. I thought so. The Duras sisters. Didn't he also say ice doesn't expand? I don't know if he said that or not. They're like, and it's flat. Like, it can't be flat. It was smaller when it was water, and now it's ice. So it has to have it got bigger. We know that. That's what ice does that's what water does. Well, that's what water does when it freezes. It gets bigger, and so it'll buckle. So it's very inconsistent. And he thought, this is how dumb they are. Ice skating on a lake. They think that if you had a lake that was perfectly curved to match 60 nautical miles per degree, that you would notice if you were ice skating on it. That's how dumb they are. Flat earthers, you're stupid. Here's the problem, flat earthers. Maybe some of you are smart enough to realize that is not a good way to go about arguing things. Maybe some of you realize that. If you do realize that, then why aren't you going and telling the other flat earthers, what the hell are you talking about? You're making flat earthers look stupid. 1 degree curve in 69 miles or 60 nautical miles or 111 kilometers isn't enough that you'd feel it on when you're ice skating. It's not enough that you'd feel it on an airplane if it was varying at that amount. It's not enough that you would feel it, that you could even notice it if you're on a work site. And let's say it's a really large work site. Let's say it's a mile-long work site. You're making a building that's a mile long. It's got less. Let's do more. Let's make it 6 miles long. Okay? 6 miles long building. It's got from one end to the other 1/10 of 1 degree of angle change. And how are you going to measure that on your level? Right? They're like, I'm going to average this level. I got one right here. Okay, here's the level. The variation. Do I have a digital? This isn't here. Let's do this. Okay. 5.0. 5.0 degrees. I got to get it up. I have to turn it towards you. This is okay. 5.0 degrees. Now, I'm going to change it by 1/10 of 1 degree. Oops, too much. 4.8. Did you see a difference? You wouldn't. That's what's so dumb. They're like, I could tell. You wouldn't tell. A level is not the right instrument. This isn't the right instrument to determine the curve of the Earth. It can't do it. It's impossible for this to determine the curve of the Earth or not. That's how dumb they are. That's how stupid flat earthers are. Flat earthers are stupid. Seriously. Stop being stupid. Well, you'd stop being flat earthers then. Coriolis Sniper says, Perks, FTW seems to want a piece of you. That's a bad Poe. Low quality Poe. 78 Mitsu says 1979 is when they started swapping mechanical gyroscopes for ring gyroscopes, ring or laser optical gyroscopes. Then in 95 to 96-ish, sorry, the new ring gyros outmoded the early ring gyros, adding fluorofluorous vanes. Nice. Mark W says, didn't dip my nose while diving. I am now 11,000 feet. Now at 11,000 feet. Yep. Alejandro Vallejo for 50 Mexican pesos says a Flattys said a plane going 500 miles an hour has to adjust 3,000 feet every minute. I don't know what idiot math he did, but a 500 mile an hour plane drops 46 feet per minute, not 3,000. That's it. Well, even that, it drops 0 to stay at the same elevation. But if you take the elevation from the previous spot and reference it for a straight line after a minute, that variation, that's a drop from horizontal tangent, that would be, and I don't know exactly how much, but it does certainly sound more like 56 feet than 3,000 feet. But flat earthers can't math. This is geometry. This is beyond them. Some flat earther at some time in the past did this math and then they just parrot it because they can't do math. You know what I regularly do? I love doing this. Did this on X the other day. Or no, I did it on Modern Day Debate. When flat earthers start talking geometry, and it's obvious they don't know what the hell they're talking about, I'll say, look, you're making geometry claims. You think you know more about geometry than me, especially when they start trying to insult me. This flat earther had suggested that he was trying to accuse me of dropping out of 4th grade, right after a couple tries. Like, seriously? You want to talk education with me? Okay, fine. $5,000 in escrow. You do that. I put $5,000 in escrow. Then we both take the same college physics test. Winner take all. Whoever gets the best score gets all the money. Of course, he runs. I'm willing to do it. I don't bluff. I suck at poker. If you ever want to win at poker, ask me to play poker, because I don't bluff. But you know what? I'm not going to play poker. I don't like playing poker. I'll play cribbage, gin rummy, spicy Uno, whatever. I don't care about poker. I guess how many feet drop will depend on the number of passengers. Yeah, because if it's got 150 passengers, then it's going to be 300 feet are dropping, plus or minus 4. Anyway, the person yesterday was Dick Wayne. Dick Wayne in the Modern Day Debate chat. You've seen him around. Dick Wayne. Sack up, buddy. Put 5,000 in escrow. I'll put 5,000 in escrow. We both take a college physics test, and whoever gets the high score wins. Gets it all. No, they won't do it. I know they won't do it. Not at all. I offered, Jaron was wondering over the summer about something, and he's like, would you take a standardized test against Witsit? I said, absolutely. Let's do it. A college electronics test, because it was talking about, because Witsit and his electrostatic gravity nonsense. I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Let's go. And then, nope. Witsit wasn't interested. Alejandro Vallejo says a Flattys said a plane. Oh, I covered that. 3.1 pi rate says if TikTok is still around, it would be nice to see you in there a little more. We'll see. Maybe. Mark W for £5 says can't go above 11,000 feet, so no plane flies over the Alps then. Pretty sure hundreds do every day. Flurf BS debunked right there. No HUD or photos needed. Well, they were talking about Antarctica. So the lie from flat earthers is that there's for some reason you can't go over 11,000 feet over Antarctica. Why? Where did they get that from? Some flat earther instructed them how to think, and then they all think like that because they're gullible, indoctrinated people. Somebody said this is. Think thusly, and flat earthers think thusly. That's what they do. I don't know. Andrew E. Brooks says that TikTok you were on has become a huge echo chamber just this moment with Flurfs reciting 4-year-old Flurf arguments. Oh, yeah. That's why Nathan Thompson is there, because he never got past the Flurf introductory brochure. That's all he ever had. So... Symphony Mitsu says, are there any pop-ups in it or just pictures? in the book, The Turtle Move says, does Witsit use Flat GPT to create his word salad? No, I suspect Witsit does use ChatGPT to build some of his I guess yes, I think he does. Flat GPT is what Shane invented. Shame Saint Plagiaire actually has like a set of prompts that he gives to ChatGPT to like make it talk like Flat GPT, and like he asks it questions and then posts the answers. So Paul Curtis says, we did planes, trains, and automobiles next. Yes, and the flat earthers all have to wash their face with John Candy's dirty underwear. Patricio FC, Patricio Football Club, is a member at Newton. Thank you very much for that. Coriolis Sniper says, MC Toon Live. I'm sorry. I thought he'd be less dumb. No. I mean, perks for the win. If you were not poeing, I'm sorry. You really are dumb. Really, really dumb. So dumb. So very dumb. I mean, that is painfully stupid if that's really your position. But it's not, right? There's no way. There's no way a person can be that dumb. Digital Demonic Davros says, okay, Mr. Toon, with our birthdays coming soon, well done on making the Flurfs not happy with your trip down to my side of this glorious globe. Thank you very much, Digital Demonic Davros. Thank you for that. He's an Aussie. Icy Spin says, how about the Flurfy Baby Genius Award? I think I like the Flurf of the Year. Or sorry, the Rookie of the Year Flurf. We got a couple, right? We got a couple contenders. You got Nico, you got Johanvi, you got Alonzo, right? There's some competition for that. And then, of course, we could do like the Lifetime Achievement Award. Certainly CC's in for that. You know, I mean, it's probably just automatic to CC, isn't it? Eclipse Chris says, Facatzoid, Polaris goes down at the same rate to the floor until equator, then vanishes into the horizon zone, not behind Earth curve. No, not that. No, that's how perspective works now. Mark W says Flurfs poison the well all the time by speaking. Yes, so they're like, I showed the Wolfie 6020, and they're like, well, let's talk about Wolfie 6. Let's change the topic to something else. I go, you're deflecting. No, I'm not. That was the definition of deflecting. Steve from Wormhaven gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much, Steve from Wormhaven. He's just buying friends. It's okay though. It's fine. Eclipse Chris is too far away to see. How far is Polaris compared to boats disappearing? It changes, really? So dumb, just dishonest. Flacatzoid's dumbspective. How far away does the sun need to be to set? It sets because it's too far away. How far? I don't know. That's not an answer. So you can't explain sunsets. Yeah, I can. It goes too far away to. That's not an answer. So what happened to Sammy McBride? What happened to Top Left Awards? Bring it back. I did last night. We announced it. Next Wednesday, Craig and I will be doing on his channel the nominations. So everybody's invited to nominate whoever you want for Top Left. It doesn't just have to be a Flatty. But if you nominate, you also could are agreeing to work with the rest of the people nominating the same person on the voting video. We need a voting video. So if everybody nominates somebody and there's nobody in that in the group of nominators, nominees, nominatrians, whatever, that like are interested in making a video, then we won't have that person, right? So find, if you're not going to make a video, find somebody that will, right? You got me, you got Craig, you got Planer Walk. You got Simon and Dan. Everybody, go get Simon and Dan. Tell him that he needs to nominate somebody and make a voting video for him. Conspiracy or Culture Cats, right? He's been dipping his toe into Flat Earth a little bit lately. You've Dave McKeegan, he's going to nominate someone. You got Raynard Wilson. I was talking with him today. He's going to nominate someone, not a Flat Earther. It's really open. It's pretty wide open. So there it is. Go fight. If you don't talk to me about nominating somebody. Go form your communities of people that you're going to nominate. Right? It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Nominatrians, that's a good word. We're going to stick with that one, if I remember it. Chronic Avenger says, Flatty, take an hour flight and calculate curvature. Then divide by 60 to calculate the per minute curvature. It's not a linear equation. And that last thing, it's not a linear equation. They don't understand that. That is too complicated for a flat earther to say it's not a linear equation. They really don't understand. DVIDvids says, thank you for all this, MC Toon. It was fun and cringe at the same time, but you're amazing at this. Petition to change your name to the Flurf Whisperer. Like, I know what they're going to say. You all know what they're going to say, too. The OG Kenji for $2 says, are you going to take a trip to New Jersey to see Craig? I would love to, but that is when we planned 6 months ago to take our trip to Florida. We go to Pensacola Beach. There has Fort Pickens. Fort Pickens has a campground. It's really inexpensive. It's part of the reason why we go. We like that area there. We just walk to the beach, walk to the Gulf, right? And so then I'm always lugging my camera. My wife's like, oh, you're bringing the camera again. Right, the P1000 comes with, and anyway, it's a pretty reasonable rate there, but it books up about 6 months out. So like they open it up and then you can book it. So you have a small window of time to book it. We booked it already, and it's over the same weekend as the debate con. So if it wasn't, then we would move it. But that we can't move. So, Raynard Wilson is not the guy from The Office. That's Rainn Wilson. Laurie Lathijo says, so we all need to get into space to get rid of all the fuel since the more we burn fuel, the higher we are. We need to get into space to get rid of all the fuel. We don't need to I don't understand that. Ooh. Dave McKeegan for £5 says, the bewilderment and confusion from flat earthers regarding the 24-hour sun feels like kids when you steal their nose. Yeah, the line of reasoning that really, man, that was a struggle. They're like, which way did the sun go? Right to left. But that's not possible. Well, obviously it's possible. That's what I experienced, but it's not possible. But that is that's what happened in reality. Like, was it going east to west or west to east? It depends on the direction you're facing. Right? If you're facing north, it goes right to left. And if you're facing south, it goes right to left. But the east-west are swapped. Right? That's why the answer is not east to west or west to east. The answer is it goes right to left. And for them to just declare it's not possible, like, that's not a winning position. The fact that it happens shows that your assertion of it not being possible is wrong. So Mark Boots 20th super chat says, Flurfs want a container? Get him a straight jacket. It's a good container. I mean, I think that a lot of them escaped from an asylum. They just need to get brought back. Too Much Vimto says, quiz. Which Flatty says no ifs, buts, or maybes? I don't know ifs, buts, or maybes. I don't know. All right, poll for makeshifty mod again. No, 55%. Yes, 44. All right, Shifty. I don't see Shifty here. I'll screenshot that and send it to Shifty. Just a second here. Just a second. It might be better than last time. Maybe Shifty's moving on up. To the top. To a deluxe apartment in the sky. All right. Sent it to him. All right. Got to get a little more street cred here, Shifty. Conspiracy Music says, thanks for the late night and early morning here. Streams, nice to catch some of it live. Got to participate in a meeting, so I'll go catch the rest later. Thank you, Conspiracy Music. Been making some very nice videos. So lots of people been making AI music lately. Awesome. And people sending it to me. Awesome. People like, hey, you should play this. But there's no video. Not awesome. Here's the deal. I might play your song if there's a video with it. Conspiracy Music makes some very nice videos and did one recently. But also one more thing, it's better if there isn't swearing in it. It's preferred. So anyway, oh, Shifty's here. How you doing, Shifty? You didn't get it back. But your mod status, but you might get a little more street cred. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I do get a lot of music or a lot of music sent to me. Like, hey, what about this? I'm like, that's cool. I mean, I'll listen to most of them, a little bit of them sometimes. I get a lot. So make them good. Make a video. Terrier Talks. I like that. I've had 3 rat terriers. Says, enjoying part of the community. Thank you all. Well, thank you very much, Terrier Talks. I assume that you're talking about some sort of doggo, which I do like. Tell you, when I went to Tahoe this weekend, and every time I saw a dog, I'm like, I gotta go pet the dog. Because I was doing that on the trip in South America. And like putting them on camera. I have a couple like videos of me petting dogs that I haven't published yet, but I will. But my daughter loves to pet dogs too. So sometimes like we're walking out somewhere and she's like, oh, we gotta pet the dog. We'll go pet the dog. And sometimes she's like, ask for me. Like, okay, I'll ask for you. Rossi says, Flurfs, I would walk 500 miles, then I would walk 500 more just to be the man who walked 1,000 miles just to fall down right next door. The problem is that math is past him. K. Gandhi Furnace says, no point discussing with Flurfs, just debunk them. Well, true, but I do like to highlight how horrible they are. Like, they're not good people. Don't be a flat earther. They're horrible people. Icy Spin says, Jaren Home Depot test is good. Only Flurfs don't depot. Yeah, so Jaren's Home Depot, if you haven't heard it, he's like, well, let's say if a Home Depot and it's level, curving with the earth, it's, level with the earth, would you be able to measure the curve? There'd be no curve. Well, there's just the curve. There's just, no, he doesn't say this part. There is curve. It's just very slight and so difficult to measure and probably hasn't been built to that tolerance anyway. Right? So anyway, so take a Home Depot. When you're standing on one side of the Home Depot, you look across the other side of the Home Depot, you don't see the curve. Okay, so put a whole bunch of Home Depots together. How many Home Depots do you need to put together to have a mile where there's 1 degree of curve on the globe? So many Home Depots that you couldn't even tell. That's right. So, and Flattys, they just melt down. Terrier Talk says, I'm in the UK, and Terrier comes from my favorite football team, Huddersfield Town, whose mascot is a Yorkshire Terrier. Very cool. Well, I support West Ham. I love them Gunners. Rossi says TikTok derp needs a container. The guy initially said that he was going to get Flat Earth Dave. And I replied, I said, Flat Earth Dave has no balls. He won't ever face me. Guess who wasn't there? Darkstar 4400 says Flurfs cling to their false beliefs the way ice clings to Antarctica. There's just no thawing them. Yep. Love them gunners. What was Wenger thinking, sending Walcott on so early? Butch Convoy says, early morning live streams for me, thanks, Toon. Thank you very much, Butch. X-Penguin95 says, cribbage. Flurfs get 1 for last card in a 31 round. Globers score 29 because we hold all the cards. Yeah, West Ham, the gunner. I love them. Don't you be dissing my gunners. Icy Spin says spectroscopy is a lot like a lid. It needs a container. Cygnus Steps says Toon surely remembers Bobby Smith. Craig Ramsey. Bobby Smith, Craig Ramsey. What? Hold on. What are we didn't talk about? Is this hockey? I don't know hockey. Sorry. K. Gandhi Furnace says that's why discussing with Flurfs is pointless. Of course it is. I'm not trying to convince them. I'm trying to embarrass them. That's the goal. Icy Spin says, at F Grood, no dirt in middle Flurf Anthem 24. Add it? I don't know. Is there a good video for it? So that's what we need. Flight Sim Dev says, I tried to explain the Earth's curvature to a flat earther, but they kept going around in circles. Oh, that's precious. All right. Is anybody else a big fan of West Ham? Like you really love the Gunners? Right? Anybody? I don't know. Archimate says West Ham are the Hammers, Arsenal are the Gunners. I don't know. You might want to check yourself there. Right? The thing about Arsenal is they always try to walk it in. You don't know that? You didn't know that? Oh my gosh, it's 2:30 almost. Yes, it's from the IT crowd. If you didn't get that, then sorry. You need to go watch the IT crowd. All of it. Every bit of it. You need to go watch. Did you see that ludicrous display last night? Okay. Alvin says, I've stopped debating with Flurfs. It's pointless now. I just take the piss out of them. Yeah. I mean, what's left? They have, you know, it's a cult. It's a cult that's for stupid people that want to lie. You know, that's what it is. So, JD63 says MC Toon is getting in trouble. Why would I get in trouble? But yeah. Oh, Perk is here still. It says Dave McKeegan, I respect you guys went to Antarctica. Bet it was awesome, but there's a lot of speculation. It was faked. I don't think it was, but regarding 24-hour sun, flat earth model checks out. There's no flat earth model for the 24-hour sun. There isn't. I'll tell you why. Because when we left Punta Arenas, we saw the sun, the regular sun, just the sun. We got on the plane and we flew in sunlight the entire time and landed in Antarctica. The sun was behind us. I have the video from the plane. You can look at the engine and the wing and you can see the sun never stops shining. There's no swap out of the sun or anything like that. And we get to Antarctica and we get off the plane and we look up and there's the sun. And it's like 4:00 in the afternoon, right? And then 4 hours later, it's 8:00 in the afternoon. Sun's still up. 4 hours later, it's midnight. Sun's still up. 2.5 hours later, 2:30 in the morning, the sun's still up. It's the same sun. The sunspots on it are the same sunspots. They're just rotated. They're not mirrored. It can't be Johann V's incredibly stupid mirroring dome because the sunspots weren't mirrored. So, Icy Spin says, when you saw F'd Up World in your chat, did you say the F word in your head? No. He sent me a text message today with a video, something like if he wanted to give me a chance to see it before he released it. I'm like, I don't care. Release what you're going to release. I don't care. Jay says, pizza model is dead. Long live calzone model. So anyway, to summarize TFE, this is dead. This doesn't work. And they don't have anything else. This was the best they had. For 150 years, this was the best they had. This was it. Nothing else. Nothing. And this is dead. So, it was always dead. It never worked. It could never do anything at all. Like, it works really good in the north. No, it doesn't. It does not work in the north. You couldn't use it to do flight routes unless the actual flight flew over the North Pole. That would be the only flight route that would be correct. Every other flight route is wrong. A straight line on this is not the same as a straight line on the globe. The deviation is small in some instances, but it's still different, and it's enough over a large enough distance that you're going to identify it. So, Dave McKeegan, Flurfs, we don't need a map. Good luck with celestial navigation then. Good luck getting on an airplane. We flew with, Flat Earthers flew 2 or 3 flights to get to Punta Arenas, and every one of those flights needed a map. Every one of them. We don't need a map doesn't work because a map was used. A map was used, and you trusted that the pilot had the map in store, and that the navigator that put the map in understood well enough the shape of the Earth to do it correctly. You trusted them. So, yeah, you need a map, and every time you get on a plane, you admit the map. So, Glenn Hughes says, morning, did I miss the Flevidence? You did. So did the Flat Earthers. So anyway, I think, man, what a day. What a day. Think about this. Think about how glorious it was. SpaceX launched a skyscraper made of metal into the sky. Made it over 90 kilometers high. It came back to where it landed, where it launched from, and it was caught in midair by chopsticks. 2 little pegs sticking out the side of that skyscraper rested down on these arms, and just boop, right there. How amazing that is. Absolutely stunning that they were able to do that. And then on the other hand, amazing flat earthers that are so dumb that when I said there isn't a spinning mechanical gyroscope in a 757, he wouldn't let it go. He read the description saying that they use optical gyroscopes and still insisted that they use mechanical gyroscopes. That's how dumb, that's how desperate, that's how stupid flat earthers are. And so with that, I will bid you adieu until next Tuesday night, when what new derping will appear. Well, some will definitely appear. So I hope that you have all the best, and that the master detective can bring you off into happy land.
There's a man called Sovereign Soul with an unchained mind, sitting in his room all day long, master detective in his own mind, sharing conspiracies all through the night. His theories take flight. MC Toon has Langley written all over him. He declares he's the master of detectives, he swears. Asks how air with no molecular continuity can be affected by gravity scrutiny. It's all displacement, so he pleads. No gravity need, a displacement leads. Flat earthers are calmer, happier you'll find. Shouts an angry man, losing his mind. Flat earthers are serene, with uncontent state of mind. Proclaims a furious man in the vine. All rivers flow south except for a pair. That's the direction down they share. Events in the Bible, not Middle East bound, happened where he lives, he's found. Nile is Mississippi in his lore, a theory he won't ignore. How do you have a line perpendicular to an arc? Questions a man who left school in the dark. How does it get perpendicular to a ball? He doesn't get it, can't be real at all. Flat earthers are calmer, happier you'll find. Shouts an angry man, losing his mind. Flat earthers are serene, with uncontent state of mind. Proclaims a furious man in a bind. The Mandela effect he talks about, the word dilemma has changed, no doubt. Boats long ago like ropes, no ends. So how they measure speed and knots, my friends? He's telling you right now, you see, if the right people had him, what he'd be. A real master detective, no doubt. Globe is impossible, he shouts. Flat earthers are calmer, happier you'll find. Shouts an angry man, losing his mind. Flat earthers are serene, with uncontent state of mind. Proclaims a furious man in a bind. From ISS to space, pressure gaps are vast. Not like ocean depths, those contrasts are surpassed. We're talking extremes, you understand, but he wants to know, show me gravity, man. How does gravity affect air? He demands, doing whatever it takes to derail their plans. Flat earthers are calmer, happier you'll find. Shouts an angry man, losing his mind. Flat earthers are serene, with uncontent state of mind. Proclaims a furious